Another beautiful afternoon here in Southwest Florida. The picturesque views of Naples in all its glory here in mid-April. And where else would you rather be besides East Naples Community Park in the 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville? It is another sell-out crowd at Zing Zang Championship Court. That has been the case all week long, and they've been greeted with fantastic weather, fantastic pickleball, and you don't see a lot of people walking around without a big smile on their face. Hello again, everybody. Dave Benz alongside Melissa McCurley and Chad Edwards. And guys, this tournament just continues to astound just how big and how fantastic it continues to get.
Oh, it is, and it's an exciting day of women's doubles here today. We have 862 ladies competing in 742 matches, and it's just electric all over the park.
And Chad, a little bit of prize money going around this year, and that number just continues to get bigger.
Yeah, if you ask a lot of the pros, this is where it all started for them, especially the more established ones. But the increase in prize money across the board, it just allows them to really focus on their nutritional and conditioning side of things rather than spending so much time leading up on the court leading up to these tournaments.
It is Ladies' Day here today. The senior women's pro doubles will be our focus, but yesterday it was the men in that division that were on center court, and look at how things played out. We'll get you the highlights of Merchant and Gingrich upsetting the one seed in a moment, but how about Scott Crandall and Jose DeRisi? They battled their way through a marathon day to eventually win bronze last night.
Yeah, it was an 11-hour day. All teams played extremely well. It was a mental battle and physical battle. Ultimately, it came down who was going to make the less unforced errors, who would take the match.
And those ATPs were a big part of it, Chad.
Yeah, and it used to be that an ATP was a rare thing to see. but now you see him in every game.
Yeah, let's talk gold, though, because Dane Gingrich and his teammate Altaf Merchant, they really came to play, and they needed extra pickleball in both games, 12-10, 12-10, to upset the 1 seed, but in the end, it was an emotional victory for those two.
It really was. Dane Gingrich repeated his US Open title here. Altaf, it's his first, and you could just see the emotion pouring out of him. You could just tell just how much it meant to him.
And there's a look at the final bracket. Chad, anything surprise you yesterday?
Well, I'm just, if you look at the scores, 11-9, 12-10, 12-10, 12-10, and we had so many three-game matches leading up to that one as well. It just shows how high of a level these guys were playing at yesterday.
And we expect more of the same today from the ladies. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage on this Thursday from beautiful Naples continues after this quick timeout.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to beautiful Naples, Florida, everybody. Just about set to get our first match of the day underway at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. And we are excited to get our day of coverage underway. We will begin with our very final quarter-final match of the Women's Pro Senior Doubles Division, as the other semifinal is already set, and this will set the other semifinal as well. So our match here today is going to be Suzanne LeBlanc and Teresa Tarn against Helen Wilhelm and Anna Shirley. And should be a whole lot of fun watching these ladies fight for a berth in the semifinals. You win this one, you're guaranteed to leave Naples, Florida with a medal. And that is really the biggest thing about coming here, is having a chance to say, I took home a piece of hardware, even if some of those medals may end up in a drawer somewhere, and you pull it out 3 years from now and say, that was a great memory.
Yeah, and I mean, Helen Wilhelm, she has 39 appearances in women's senior doubles. 4 of those are gold, 15 silver, and 12 bronze. One of those bronze being right here last year.
Right here last year with Ava Welsher.
Chad Edwards remembered that a whole year later. I was already impressed with the guy, but now I'm really impressed.
Well, Chad just continues to be impressive, and we also saw that his better half was here earlier today.
Yep.
Simone in the house today.
Doing a couple of appearances for Lucky and Love and Yola, but yeah, actually, I've known Teresa Tan for a little over 10 years. I actually coached her son in baseball when I was back in Michigan, as we have our musical entertainment out on the court.
Well,
yeah, that's one of the famous things here at Zing Zang Championship Court as well. It's Billy and his many different costumes and I guess imitations, and he's been entertaining us for like 7 years.
7 years now, yep.
Had a chance actually to get to know Billy a little bit last September. He was at the Atlantic City Pickleball Open, which Jim Ludwig, who's such a big part of this event, was a big part of as well. He's the tournament director along with Kyle Yates for that event, and Billy was up there for that. And then I actually had a chance. Billy gave me a drive from Atlantic City to the Philadelphia airport after the match. So
wow.
that was that was a good chance to get to know him a little bit. So great to see him here. And we are ready to get things underway. Helen Wilhelm and Anna Shirley in the near court. Helen has the white visor on. Anna is the only player without a visor. Tarn and LeBlanc in the far court.
Yeah, one of the things that Shirley does really well is surprising power, and we just saw that right there going into the body of LeBlanc. Oh, a little bit of miscommunication. Anna Shirley's saying, that's your forehand. Why am I coming over? So, but Wilhelm and Shirley can have a little bit of a laugh about it.
Well, keeps it at zeros, 0-0-2. So first point of the match goes to Wilhelm and Shirley. And LeBlanc gets, or excuse me, Wilhelm gets handcuffed there. So the side out. We'll get it back over to Tarn and LeBlanc.
0-1-1.
Tarn hits that one just long. You see the reaction. She felt like she had an opportunity there, just missed it. So LeBlanc taking over the serve. Oh, great decision there by Tarn. She saw the angle and she executed it perfectly to tie this thing up at 1 apiece. Great look at it there by our crew.
1-1-2.
At 1-1-2.
Ooh.
Oh, that was vicious.
Big forehand there. You can see the tennis background coming in on that forehand. LeBlanc ripping that one down the line past Wilhelm.
2-1-2.
Little defensive shot there, and it goes out of bounds. Anna Shirley able to force the side out and get it back at 1-2. So best 2 out of 3, and these ladies vying for a berth in the semifinals. Well, they'll take on Welsher and Simon, who have already advanced to the semifinals.
Yeah, excellent drop there from Anna Shirley. Tarn trying to get up early and take that one out of the air.
That one a little bit high, but unable to take advantage of it was Suzanne LeBlanc.
Yeah, that one got behind her a little too much. You saw her hitting up on that one instead of getting it out in front of her head.
Had a lot of time to think about it too, Chad. Sometimes when they're hanging there, you got so much time to think what you're going to do with it. That's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, height on the offensive lob is a good thing. We see Wilhelm trying to attack there on the move through the transition area.
So move to 3-2-2. Shirley very aggressive there, and then Tarn unable to execute that as she hits the top of the tape.
So, Melissa, I saw you look up at the flags right there. I think the wind is blowing toward LeBlanc and Tarn, and that ball's getting a little bit deeper on them on those lobs than they're expecting.
Yeah, and Chad, I'm just kind of interested on your thoughts here. I mean, certainly as a team, Wilhelm and Shirley have a lot more experience, if you will, together as a team. Anna Shirley with 29 appearances, 13 golds, 5 silver, and 5 bronze, and 97 wins and 37 losses across her career. So what do you think about this matchup?
I love Anna Shirley and how animated she is. She sticks with her team when she does that one, but she's probably the hardest person on herself. Yeah, I think definitely right now Wilhelm and Shirley just have a better groove and rhythm going with them here. Tarn and LeBlanc played together here last year. Got a couple of wins out of it, and they've played together throughout the year as well. But it's still their movement and the ball control and the shots that they're making are kind of a little bit out of sync right now.
Tarn chases that one down as it did just stay in. Oh, what a great shot there executed by Anna Shirley.
And that was just a really great example of how she saw the ball coming in high to her. A great run down by LeBlanc of the lob overhead. When she comes back here, here's the example of just taking one step back and just finding the open court and putting it away.
So even on that ball right there, you saw Tarn and LeBlanc look at each other as to who should take that. I would love to see LeBlanc come over, take that forehand, and start the movement and the pressure. They're kind of just they're out of sync right now.
Anna Shirley is in sync. She's been doing everything so far early in this match. And Wilhelm unable to execute there, so we'll move to 6-2-2.
6-2-2.
Decision to let that one go.
Yeah, if she had to try to swing at that one, then we would have had to have a little discussion. That one was deep off of the paddle. No doubt about that one.
And speaking of some of that experience, I'll touch on Teresa Tarn and Suzanne LeBlanc. Teresa, 39 appearances, no gold or silver, but 5 bronze and 64 wins and 79 losses over her career. LeBlanc, 13 appearances, no silver, gold, 1 bronze, 19 wins and 26 losses.
Well, side out as they fail to take advantage. They've gone 5 straight serves without netting a point. And it goes back over to Wilhelm and Shirley at 6-2-2.
6-2-1.
Or excuse me, 6-2-1.
Yeah, just too good there from Shirley.
Yeah,
recognizing that LeBlanc was coming back over to cover the middle and just goes back behind her with the roll.
And she just has so much fun. And you know, Chad, I'm sitting here, I'm super impressed with her court awareness and the vision she seems to have when doesn't even seem she's looking in that open area.
Yeah, and I watched her a lot in the last year on the APP tour and now going over to NPL. And yeah, she's got raw power, but she has a lot of court sense.
Just going to ask if it is out. Indeed it is. It's good to see people having a good time with this game too, you know, knowing that they're playing for a lot on the line. This is a US Open Pickleball Championship opportunity to hold a women's pro doubles title.
Yeah, I mean, Anna Shirley is one that's definitely going to have fun out on the court.
Oh, she's had that on display from the second this match started. And an unforced error there by LeBlanc.
2-8-2.
That'll be long, so that's going to be a point. Need to string some together here, though, with Wilhelm and Shirley just 3 points away from taking this first game.
Yeah, they got a little lucky on that last one. Again, the miscommunication in the middle.
Wow, Anna Shirley puts it right at the feet of Teresa Tarn.
Yeah, big forehand right there. Tarn not able to catch up to it.
So Shirley taking back over the serve at 8-3. And checking with the referee to make sure she's in the right serving position. That's wide to make it 9-3, just 2 points away from this first game.
And Shirley and Wilhelm have been very clean up till this point. So that forced LeBlanc right there to go for a little bit more, to really go fine with that forehand. And they're not pushing it wide.
Tarn and LeBlanc do have both their timeouts available. Feel like they'll probably use one here if they give up another point, but instead they break that serve. Still one more away from getting the side out, though, as it moves to 9-3-2.
Wilhelm was actually trying to get out of the way of that one. You saw her when she turned around saying that was out too.
Well.
Anna Shirley will be the hardest on herself, but at the same time then she'll turn around to Helen and be like, "You're amazing, I love you."
Hey, you got to play both sides of the coin, right? She hit that one deep. I'm not really sure the context of that, so I'm just letting that go. The people at home have no clue what we're talking about, but we're right here. Our booth is with the fans, and you know.
Yes, Sarah Minton just came by and gave us, well, I guess go McCurley, and then something about getting married.
She said, "Who's getting married? Not you."
Okay, good. I was hoping
I thought she said something about that, and I was like, "What? I don't know the context on that."
Yeah, you'd certainly have to know Sarah and her sense of humor.
Back over to Wilhelm Shirley at 9-4. And great flick of the wrist there by Tarn.
Yeah, excellent defense there. And Tarn has been beaten on the backhand side a couple of times, so that's why Wilhelm started that speed up. But the difference maker in this one is Tarn slid to her right each time on the speed up, able to clear that backhand a little bit more.
Lob, Tarn was able to catch up to it. That one might have been going out, and Anna's not real happy with the result of her attempt to hit it.
4-9-1.
Tarn and LeBlanc still hanging in, but okay, they get another point here, so up to 5-9. That one was just hanging there, and Shirley doesn't let it go to waste.
Yeah, that was a better decision on that ball there. She didn't try to hit through the body of LeBlanc or Tarn. She just added the roll and got that ball down. Much more difficult to pick up.
Well, that one will get it to the second serve. Excuse me.
6-9.
So yeah, they started with the serve. My mistake. So 6-9 now. They've rolled off 3 straight. They were trailing by 6 at 3-9.
Yeah, I would say Wilhelm and Shirley will take a timeout here soon if they can.
Good decision to let that one go, and Shirley made the call, and Wilhelm pulls off of it at the last second.
Yeah, and they certainly needed that error because they were LeBlanc and Tarn were creeping themselves back into this one.
Lets that one go as well, and that'll get us to game point. And are you guys surprised that Tarn and LeBlanc are not using any of their timeouts?
I mean, I've been surprised on both sides that we haven't had a timeout in this one.
And that's it. That is game one, 11-6 in favor of Wilhelm and Shirley. So they are one game away from going to the semifinals. Here's a look at the game point again. Into the net. So 1-0 in favor of Wilhelm and Shirley.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it!
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
It's Ted Kagaris, is that who it is?
Beautiful Thursday afternoon here in Naples, Florida. A little more humid today, guys, than it was yesterday. It's kind of, you can cut this humidity with a knife right now. The teams switch sides and so start off 0-0-2 here. Shirley and Wilhelm taking for that first game, seeing if they can carry the momentum. Ooh. They call a foot fault there?
Yeah, left foot on Anna Shirley right there. She tried to reach in and speed that one up. Anna's saying she's got to stop moving her feet when she goes to hit.
Shirley and Wilhelm both unable to get up to the kitchen there, and as a result, Tarn and LeBlanc get the first point of the game.
Yeah, I thought they did a great job there keeping them back, and I don't think we can stress enough about really how important that is in most all situations. Don't invite your opponent to the net.
Move to the second serve.
Yeah, interesting drive there from Tarn. You don't usually see a big drive off of a slice grip right there. Very difficult to keep in the court.
Side out will get it back over to Wilhelm and Shirley.
0-1-1.
Well, it wasn't quite 5-hole, but it was an awkward spot to have to try to hit it if you were Helen Wilhelm. Move to the second server.
And as Shirley keeps going on, LeBlanc and Tan have done a better job putting the pressure on, being a little bit more aggressive here to start game 2. Oh, landed in.
Nice job tracking that down and keeping the point alive. LeBlanc with a lob. And wow, how about that? They were dead in the water on that point. Somehow were able to get to the surface and then find the promised land.
Yeah, perfect lob retrieval there from LeBlanc, and then Tan kept him in on the overhead from Wilhelm. I think the clash of paddles there in the middle again between Shirley and Wilhelm kind of threw them off, so it was perfect timing for that offensive lob from LeBlanc.
That is wide, so suddenly a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, again, good pressure and good acceleration there from LeBlanc and Tan.
Uh-oh. Oh. Anna Shirley going up for that one. That one was left a little bit too high for her.
Yeah. That's the danger of the lob, right? You get it too short.
So I call those ones slobs.
Slobs? Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You know what our executive producer, Ray Kuliakovo, calls those? 99%ers, because 99% of the time you should hammer those, and when you're an amateur, 99% of the time you screw it up.
Well, I was going to say, if you were saying that Ray's going to make that 99% of the time, I think you're lying.
Yeah. I think that's what separates the pros, right? Like the 3.5s and the 4.0s, they start salivating and they find a way to mess that one up. But the higher level, you're going to get burned.
Well, that's the ball where when you see it, you get so excited, you take this big take back, and then by the time you get to it, the paddle face is open and it flies on you.
I know that from experience quite well. Move to the second serve here.
Good pressure there again from Tan. That's a difficult ball for Wilhelm to try to drive or pick up from when it's firm and low. Ooh.
And we have referee Steve Campbell. He lives in the Villages, Florida. He also a pickleball player, playing in 4-5 doubles here, men's doubles yesterday. And he actually won a bronze medal.
Congratulations.
Anna Shirley trying to go for a little too much there. Good defense from Wilhelm, taking that off of the body. Yeah, referee error right there.
He must have known we were talking about
it. Right?
Called 4-3.
And into the net there by Helen Wilhelm to make it 5-1. And now we finally do get a timeout. It's our first of the match, and we will step aside for a moment. This timeout brought to you by Takea. It is a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And welcome back to Zing Zang Thursday here at the Zing Zang Championship Court, part of the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The Minto Communities love that they have been a title sponsor of this from the very get-go. They have really helped this tournament grow to where it is. Margaritaville's always been a part of that as well. And I don't know about you guys, but one of my favorite parts of coming to this tournament is the Margarita VIP Lounge. You get the license to chill. Brought to you by Margarita. It goes on all week long here in Naples.
Well, and you'll hear people talk about it all year long.
Yes.
You know, this is the premier event of the year. It's a bucket list item. A lot of magic happens here. You got Player Village, where there's just thousands of people meeting new friends, reuniting with old friends.
That one left short by Tarn. Ends a run of 3 straight points on 3 straight serves.
Yeah, and they really seem to have settled in here, Chad.
Yeah, they've made that decision to come out and be much more aggressive here in game 2. Shirley and Wilhelm have yet to find a way to kind of slow down this momentum.
The lob.
Right on the line.
Yep. Tarn, an overhead backhand on that lob to return it. Oh, and then Anna Shirley puts it where they ain't.
Yeah, that was just such an athletic move. And then, but we have noticed, Chad, a bit that LeBlanc and Tarn are a little susceptible to leaving that middle wide open.
Yeah, it was a perfect spot there from Anna Shirley, but early on in that point, you know, I was talking about Wilhelm and Shirley not being able to find a way to slow down the momentum of Tarn. And LeBlanc, they're just giving those balls back that are sitting up and they're right in the middle of the court, with the exception of that last ball from Anna Shirley. So I think they need to move the ball around a little bit more, make LeBlanc and Tarn stretch out wide, and then, like we saw, we've got the trouble with the middle. Oh, that ball was not out.
So the side out.
Called it out.
And the serve back to LeBlanc and Tarn with a commanding 7-1 lead here. Tarn into the net.
And it's different. We saw that in Men's Senior Pro yesterday with Althoff Merchant. And then again there with Tarn. Trying to get up to that kitchen line so quickly, you're not able to really set your feet.
And Shirley, the overhead, Tarn couldn't do anything with it. And the serve back over to Wilhelm and Shirley. And if they've got any designs in ending this thing in 2 games, this is pretty much do or die, you would think here, Chad.
Yeah, like I was just talking about, I think they've got to move the ball around a little bit more, open that middle up. And that's the area that LeBlanc and Tarn have been susceptible to. Well, that ball landed in.
Yeah, it did. It just caught the line. So move to 1-7-2.
Good forehand there.
This will be the 9th serve of this game for Wilhelm and Shirley, and they're still looking for their 2nd point. And they finally do get that 2nd point.
Yeah, that was a better choice there from Anna Shirley. Both her and Wilhelm drove a couple of balls into the middle, pinched them in the middle, then went behind Tarn on that backhand side.
And LeBlanc putting it right at the feet of Shirley, and the serve going back over to LeBlanc and Tarn in a advantageous position here to try and get this thing to the finish line in game 2.
And I know certainly Tarn, looking at the times that she's played Helen Wilhelm, they've played against each other 11 times. And Tarn's only won 1 of those, lost 10 times.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Melissa. If I'm sitting at home and I want to be able to pull up some of this data myself, where am I going to get that?
You're not yet.
I knew that answer was coming.
Yeah, you're not yet, but believe me, it is coming. So this is the first that we've been able in all these years to pull together an internal database that allows us to look at these player analytics. So these were actually just released to me recently, and they will be coming to the general public. So
that is awesome. Meantime, another point here, and LeBlanc and Tarn just 2 away from getting this to a third game. A timeout is being taken by Wilhelm and Shirley, and we will take a Takea hydration break.
that's a really
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Because I've always gone through, like...
Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of pickleball products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And by Yola, for the champion in you.
And also catch pickleball, the official partner of the US Open.
Another beautiful day here in Southwest Florida, and I'm not gonna really harp too much on the humidity because it's what do you expect in Florida? You know, it's nice to be in the heat. I'm not gonna complain about that one bit.
No, it actually feels pretty good compared to some of the years that we've been here, and I got to tell you, as long as it's not raining, I'm all good.
Yeah, this shade structure is fantastic, but it does not protect much from the rain. I mean, maybe a light drizzle it might help with, but if it's really raining, it's not going to offer much protection. And that's going to take us to game point. Boy, this thing has been interesting, right? I mean, it was all Wilhelm and Shirley in game 1, and it's been all Tarn and LeBlanc in game 2. And Wilhelm puts that one away, so the serve will go back over to Wilhelm and Shirley, just hanging on here in game 2 at 2-10.
Yeah, but I like it. It shows the adjustment that they made, even though that one didn't work out. That aggression, Chad, is really what's turned game 2 around.
Yeah, and Tana and LeBlanc have made that adjustment, whereas Wilhelm and Shirley are still kind of trying to figure it out, and that's definitely been the difference as far as how quick a team can make their adjustment.
And the serve going back over to Tarn and LeBlanc. Looking to close this thing out. This is game point number 2. There will not be a game point number 3, but there will be a game number 3. 11-2 in favor of LeBlanc and Tarn. And that was just flexing some muscle in that second game. We'll see what happens in game 3 coming up right here from Naples, Florida.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
Back here at Zing Zang Championship Court here on Zing Zang Thursday in Naples, Florida. Glad to have you along on our live coverage of the 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. This is a women's quarterfinal berth in the semis on the line, and we are all tied up at 1 game apiece. So a decisive third game, and LeBlanc and Tarn will start with the serve. We'll have a side switch when one of these teams gets to 6 points.
And I talked about the head-to-head with Teresa Tarn and Helen Wilhelm. So looking at the head-to-head against Anna Shirley has won 3 times that she's played against Teresa Tarn and 0 times for Teresa. So I know she'd love to have this win today.
She gets a favorable bounce off the net there. And the serve will head over to Anna Shirley and her teammate Helen Wilhelm.
Yeah, I'd like to see Wilhelm kind of push that ball a little bit wider with less pace instead of trying to keep LeBlanc back and then feeding into that big forehand.
0-1-1.
Oh. Tarn puts her hand up in the air, sorry, and yeah, sorry, not sorry. I like good fortune.
Oh, too big of a swing.
Say that again. That one was out by a mile.
Yeah, I think right now Wilhelm and Shirley just trying to do a little too much. I like to see them stay longer in the point, move that ball around a little bit more. Potentially try to isolate the backhand of Tarn. And I think on the opposite side, Tarn and LeBlanc just have to continue with that right there. As far as being, a little bit more aggressive and really putting the pressure on Shirley and Wilhelm.
2-0-1.
Wilhelm and Shirley both got caught back away from the kitchen, and LeBlanc and Tarn take advantage.
And we talk about Tarn LeBlanc, she is 0-4 against Anna Shirley and 0-5 against Wilhelm. So I know these ladies will be super excited to get this win.
Well, they're up 4-0 right now. That's long.
Yeah, good spot there from Shirley. LeBlanc just catching that forehand a little late. You saw the paddle face open. Need to close that off a little bit more.
Side out. Keeps hope alive here for Wilhelm and Shirley. They have scored points on only 2 of their last 15 serves. And finally get one there.
Yeah, I think we may see Tarn being the predominant target for Wilhelm and Shirley here for at least the next few points.
1-4-1.
Shirley being kept back and was making her way to the kitchen. It won't matter because Tarn puts it into the net. So Move to the second serve here. Excuse me, they give that's the point. They serve was for Wilhelm and Shirley. And that'll make it, did they call it footfall? It doesn't matter, it goes into the net.
And Dave, what a great crowd we have here again today. I mean, this place is, I'm looking on both sides. There's really not an empty seat for sure in the bleachers.
What was the call there, Chad? Did you see what the call was?
I didn't see what the call was in that one.
So in any case, they got a third point. So it's 3-4. And Anna Shirley, picture worth 1,000 words there.
3-4-2.
LeBlanc with the overhead that Wilhelm was unable to handle.
Yeah, wrong spot there for Wilhelm, going directly over the right shoulder, just feeding that forehand overhead for LeBlanc.
I'm loving these reactions out of Anna Shirley.
Yeah, it's now like she's telling herself, you know, settle in, right? We talked about Tarn and LeBlanc settling in. Now Anna Shirley's looking to do the same.
That's going to be wide. So the serve back over to Wilhelm and Shirley. LeBlanc handles the lob. Now Wilhelm and Shirley do get up to the kitchen line. And that'll be wide. So we are tied at 4 here. I think we're seeing what we saw yesterday, guys. The level of the competition and the margin for error is so slim in these matches here on center court.
Wilhelm just fell off of that one. But yeah, Wilhelm and Shirley have done a better job applying some pressure to LeBlanc and Tarn. They were going at Tarn for a while. Now they're going behind LeBlanc. Push-off fault.
Anna Shirley just said, oh, thank God.
Tarn saying she wasn't even close, but you'll see here she'll push off with that left foot and never gets it down.
She sure did. Never established her foot inside the court before contacting the ball.
So back and front for Wilhelm and Shirley at 5-4-2.
5-4-2.
That'll miss wide. So Teresa Tarn trying to see if she can get it knotted up again. Hasn't been much separation in this third game. And we are tied.
Yeah, it's a good ball there from LeBlanc, crossing the body of Anna Shirley. She was sitting on that forehand side a little too much. But they've started going back to LeBlanc. And she's been...
You keep hearing her partner calling it out, but she's just like too tight into the zone.
Next point will be a side switch. Whoever gets it there first to 6.
As I was saying, LeBlanc's been the more consistent of the two for them.
And a side out. You mentioned the zone a second ago, Melissa. The fans should know the Fan Zone will be broadcasting all the featured finals on Pickleball Channel starting at 2 o'clock every day. The Fan Zone is located in the back of the Welcome Center. Food and beverages are available for purchase. So make sure you check that out when you get here. LeBlanc tracks down the lob. Anna Shirley doing everything.
And that certainly gets a reaction from the crowd as these ladies are putting it all out on the court this afternoon.
Yeah, excellent defense there from Tan and LeBlanc. But good pressure from Anna Shirley.
And now we will have a side switch, so we will take a very quick breather back to Naples in just a moment. By Margaritaville are brought to you by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 13th to 20th, 2024.
We had a new girl start with APP in Mesa. And then just destroyed her.
Share the story. It's okay. I got corrected by Melissa for calling it a side change. It is the end change. The side is when you're switching sides on the one end of the court.
Left and right. Yeah. And then end change, end to end, north to south. But yeah, the pickleball aficionados out there on the streams will pick you to pieces.
You can find him at David.
Yeah, there you go. Light it up, baby. At least what we did in the Open wasn't public, and I'm not going to share that.
At least you haven't
the Open.
At least you haven't said racket yet, and you haven't said that was a great volley instead of rally.
Yeah,
so
well,
we're ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's not my first rodeo. It only took me 7 years to figure out it's not a side change. So there you go.
You're a great sport, so all good.
Oh, nice overhead there from Teresa Tan. A much better job. We've seen quite a few overheads in this one, but Tan gets back behind that ball so she can keep it in front of her. And that's the difference. Even though it's an overhead, you have to hit it out in front of your head.
Yeah, and that was a great speed up by Teresa Tarn. Helped her get the pop up. And I know, Chad, maybe you can give some insight when the time is right for our viewers on how important the timing of a speed up is.
Off the tape. Shirley catches up to it. Sets up an ATP for Tarn.
That's going to feed some of the energy right there. Little help from the net. But a good job there from Teresa Tan with that ATP. Oh, she got it back.
Yeah, nice job by Wilhelm to get to that one.
Oh. So I could have told you she was going to miss it before she hit it. The reason being is as she dropped down, that elbow dropped down with it. So as soon as that elbow starts dropping down, you hit forward, there's no leverage. It's just going to go straight down into the net. But to your question, as far as picking the right time for a speed up, it's all about the extension that you have or the balance that you have. If you're trying to speed up of balls that you're off balance or it's a little too close to the body,
nice defense being played there by Anna Shirley. Tarn and LeBlanc keeping Wilhelm and Shirley on the defense, and then that's going to flip out of bounds. So 7-6 now. Tarn and LeBlanc go back in front.
Well, I know I just play with a lot of people who think every ball's a speed up.
Yeah, and that's where you get into. Well, it's become really important as far as being able to speed it up and slow it down in today's game. It used to be, you would get into it and then it's just speed up, speed up, speed up. And then you say, well, you got to slow it down a little bit, and then they go slow, 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 slow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Keep going.
Well, no, Wilhelm and Shirley, well, they have 2 timeouts available. They're going to use one of them, and we'll take a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with new Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. By Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Franklin, the official bag of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official US Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com. Welcome back to Zing Zang Thursday here in Zing Zang Championship Court. So great to have you along. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, and Chad Edwards with you. It's all going to lead up to Saturday night. Dick's Championship celebration will be the biggest night in pickleball, and you can catch it live on CBS Sports Network from 5 to 7 Eastern. That's if you are not going to be in the house here in Naples. Make it 8-6 now.
And what a special night that is, Dave, with the famous flag ceremony that we have here, as well as the parade of flags for all the internationals. And we have 149 international players playing here this week.
Yeah, I saw Team Lithuania out here on Saturday. Got a couple of photos with them. So pickleball's definitely growing across the world.
Yeah, I love the country spirit. I saw Sweden. I know Australia, your home country, big presence. And then when you have the flag ceremony, it gives me goosebumps, actually, seeing the parade of flags.
It does.
Credit to Terry Graham and Chris Yvonne for coming up with the idea for the flag ceremony.
Absolutely. They've been so creative over the years in creating this event and putting it on. And they also take feedback and always improve things every single year, too. They're just two amazing people.
Nice deep return there from Shirley, pushing Tan back.
8-6-2.
8-6-2. Make it 9-6-2. 2 points now away from moving on to the semis. Wilhelm and Shirley do have one timeout remaining, and you would think, should there be a 10th point here, they would probably use it. Can't take it home with you.
Wow. And how about Teresa Tarn on the defense from that exchange? That was just fantastic. She really just hung in there, hung in there, hung in there. And she finally forced an error from Helen Wilhelm. That was just outstanding.
And they're going to play on at 10-6. So here we go, match point.
10-6-2.
And still breathing for Wilhelm and Shirley.
Yeah, that one just caught the bottom of the paddle there for LeBlanc.
And just so typical for that first opportunity to get past, you know, get the.
You get a little tight. You get a little tight. Uh-oh, that ball's out too. But there on that backhand side, you saw Tan's shoulders come up, the elbow came up, so it's almost impossible to get that ball down. If that elbow's up, it's going to leverage and go flat or high. Oh, she caught it.
Get
out. Get out.
How good is that out of Teresa Tarn?
We got to see that again.
I think she's done something to her calf muscle in the process as well, but this ball's behind her.
Yeah, right around that post, just inside the line. Amazing.
That's one of those where you hit it and you'd say, this probably has no shot of working. And it does. That was just so good.
Chad is right. There's something definitely happening with her calf.
Wow. That one got too far behind LeBlanc. Yeah, it's ankle, calf, chin area that high ankle, whether it's front or back, not too sure.
Yeah, you wonder if that'll come into play in the next round, let alone this round, because this thing is far from over.
Yeah, Wilhelm taking too big of a swing there. You see the paddle go all the way back behind her body.
Tarn serving here to try to close this thing out. And there it is. The match, after losing the first game, goes to LeBlanc and Tarn, 11-8. We'll see if Teresa Tarn is able to bounce back from whatever's bothering her leg, but she wins this one and has a date in the semifinals. Let's take a look back at the Rancho La Puerto point of the match here. What did you guys see on the final point of this one?
Yeah, it just sums up the adjustment that LeBlanc and Tarn made going into game 2. They came in with that aggression and they started speeding balls up and really putting the pressure on.
Well, congratulations to those two ladies moving on to the semis. Our coverage will continue from Naples.
What if I showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form? At Splish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one, so ask yourself, am I going to protect it?
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
슈 앞에 인탁 같은 질투 떠너비 올라와 공기도 달라 so high.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
Doubles division game, and I'd like to introduce the competitors. Please welcome up from Pacific Palisades, California, Natalie Bagby. And her partner from Bell Canyon, California, Elizabeth Bellamy.
Patty's going to go
And
her partner from Carlsbad, California, also Kara Williams.
All right, here we are. We have our first semifinal match of the day. We got Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby taking on Jennifer Dawson and Kara Williams. Jennifer Dawson is the reigning women's doubles senior pro for every single US Open in its existence. Chad, what are you thinking about this match?
Yeah, I think this is going to be an excellent matchup here. Bellamy and Bagby, very, very comfortable playing together. They play a lot of tournaments together, and they've won quite a few golds together. For Dawson and Williams, it's a newer partnership, but I've been very, very impressed with Kara Williams when I've seen her play.
Well, we know we're going to get a lot of power, certainly.
Yeah, that's what I was just taking a little bit of a pause there. We're going to see a fast-paced game, that's for sure.
Well, nobody minds a fast-paced game, that's for sure. And you just see how tightly contested all of these matches have been here on championship court. We expect more of the same here between the 1 seed and the 5 seed. Don't let that 5 seed fool you, because Dawson's certainly more than capable of being able to get her team all the way to a gold medal here.
And Dawson also a Triple Crown winner at the US Open. So I think we're going to see a really fast-paced, exciting match between these two teams. Let's talk a little bit. Beth Bellamy has a lot of experience. She has 302 wins, 54 losses. She has 31 golds, 8 silvers, and 2 bronze.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
And here we go. We are underway with Bagby and Bellamy starting this thing off, and they started off with an early point. Firefight at the net, and then finally a great angle taken there for another point.
Yeah, excellent control there by Natalie Bagby to end that one. Good firefight, and then just a little inside-out forehand, rolling that back out wide past Williams.
And that is going to be wide by Dawson, so make it 3-0 here to get started.
Yeah, it was a very good setup there by Kara Williams. She's really putting a lot on that forehand cross-court dink. Bagby ended up popping it up, but Dawson just overcooked it.
Great defensive shot there. And finally into the net there by Bagby.
A lot of swings on that one.
There were a lot of swings, a whole lot of power and speed on display for these senior women pro doubles teams. And that does land in.
Heavy top spin there.
And just talk about that Dawson against Bellamy head-to-head. They played each other 23 times. Jennifer winning 12 of those and losing another 11, so that's pretty even.
Mm-hmm.
Backhand, forehand throwing there by Williams, and Bagby and Bellamy side taking all of it and keeping it going. And then finally an unforced error by Williams.
And that's a real challenge, isn't it, Chad, where you have a quick hand battle like that and then you find yourself having to get into just dinking really back over the net.
Yeah, you get used to that faster ball coming, so then you end up taking a little bit larger backswing on that slower ball.
Another one into the net. Kara Williams would like to have both of those back. Instead, the serve going over to Bagby and Bellamy.
So one of the downsides with Kara Williams and that aggressive forehand cross-court dink there is if you rush through your timing a little bit, then you end up putting it in the net, which is what she did on that last point. Cut your swing off. Excellent fight there for Natalie Bagby going up against Jen Dawson.
The lob, well played by Williams. And then into the net there for Beth Bellamy.
And Dawson head-to-head against Bellamy, even closer. 11. They played each other 22 times, and they're 11-11.
11-11.
11-11. 11-11. You know when someone says that, or the time is 11-11.
Good luck. You're supposed to make a wish. Right?
Yes, right. Yeah. Somebody's thinking about you.
That's going to be wide by Jennifer Dawson. So 5-1-2.
No. Yes. 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 Correct. 5-1-2.
Into the net there by Williams. And how about Bellamy and Bagby? They've netted 6 points on 8 serves. That's pretty efficient.
Yeah, and Bagby and Bellamy play very, very clean pickleball. They don't make a whole lot of mistakes. And they keep those unforced errors low, and they'll definitely make you pay for any mistake that you're giving them.
A rare empty serve there and a side out.
It's because I just said they don't make mistakes.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. If broadcasters had that much control, guys, I would have won Powerball a long time ago.
We'll talk about Kara Williams. She doesn't have as much experience against Bagby and Bellamy. She's 1-1 against Bagby and 0-1 against Bellamy.
Oh, favorable bounce off the net, and Dawson and Williams needed a break. See if they can get something going here. Oh. Jennifer Dawson showing why she's been one of the best in this sport in its history right there. That was just vicious.
Yeah, just too much power there from Dawson. She's very, very dangerous when you give her a ball that she can get extended on that backhand side, or on the forehand side, and for the backhand side for that matter.
The backhand by Williams into the net. Another fantastic day, another fantastic crowd here in Naples, Florida. And finally it gets put away. It took a couple of times to knock through that wall for Natalie Bagby.
All right, I tell you what, I think these four ladies are hitting the ball harder than the guys that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they're just rearing back and really letting it go.
I don't think any of the crowd is complaining. There was a lot of dink and finesse yesterday in the men's senior pro doubles, which obviously is a big part of the game, but no question people like the power. Chicks dig the long ball. That was an ad campaign once.
That's true.
And you know that as a former baseball player.
I do know that one. Chicks dig scars and chicks dig the long ball.
As Melissa's shaking her head.
I'm not touching that one.
They also dig accents too.
Which begs the question, Chad, in your family, who has the accent? You're Simone.
Our kids, Landon and Alexis. So the kids actually had an Australian accent when they were growing up, because they spent a lot of time at home with me, and then when they went to school, they had their American accent. So now, as far as to them, both mom and dad talk funny.
Can they still turn on the Australian accent?
No.
Well played shot there. It gets us to 9-3. I mean, talk about efficiency. It just continues. They've served it 12 times. They've got 9 points on 12 serves.
9-3-2.
Every time I bring that up, by the way, maybe there's something to that jinx.
Getting a look there at Jennifer Dawson. We talked about she's the only one to ever hold the women's pro doubles senior pro title, and Bellamy and Bagby, first time here last year, and they won silver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about.
Wow, that was impressive power there out of Kara Williams.
Yeah, Melissa, you and I were talking about Jen's normal partner here, Cammie McGregor, and we haven't seen her around since the summer of last year.
Yeah, and Jennifer did win with Cammie here last year. I then saw her in New York in May and haven't seen her since.
A little finesse on display there, and then some power.
Ooh, Bagby just turned that one over a little too much. Yeah, the first time I saw Kara Williams play was in Mesa last December.
Yeah, and I think the last time we saw her here at the US Open was 2018.
Well, Bagby and Bellamy have given up consecutive points. They say, you know what, let's just use one of our timeouts. So we'll take a hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. Welcome back to the US Open Pickleball Championships. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, and Chad Edwards with you as we continue through this Thursday, the women's senior pro doubles. And right now, Bagby and Bellamy with the decisive advantage up 9-5, but they've given up consecutive points. And you like that timeout call right there, guys?
Yeah, no, definitely so. Anytime you can get a timeout, take your breath, kind of regroup, talk about your strategy, what's working, what's not working. Sometimes you just need to catch a breath.
Yes. Oh, how good was that out of Dawson?
Yeah, Bellamy kind of got stuck in wet cement there after she hit that lob. She kind of hung out in the middle in the transition area. Dawson just a softer paced overhead there.
6-9-1.
Unable to catch up to that one, and suddenly a lot of momentum. They've reeled off 4 straight on 4 serves. Overall, they've netted 6 points on their last 7 serves to get this thing back to just a 2-point margin.
Wow, and what a dink by Kara Williams.
Yeah, when her timing's on for that aggressive dink, it's very, very difficult to pick up and creates a lot of balls to pop up there.
Oh, Dawson tried for the power backhand, but hits the net. So move to the second server here at 8-9-2.
Yeah, I think that speed up was there. She just let that ball get a little too close to the body and ended up pushing the weight back.
Lob, Williams hits a brilliant shot.
Yeah, that's a tough ball for Bellamy to try to get deep.
So tied at 9 now, 9-9-2.
9-9-2.
And now 10-9 and a chance to serve for the game after they were trailing 4-9 when they got the serve. And Bagby and Bellamy say, okay, we got 1 timeout left. Now we really need to use a timeout. We will take one more Takea hydration break here from Naples, Florida. By Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. Welcome back here to Naples, Florida, everybody. As we have reached game point here in this first game, and boy, it was looking like Bagby and Bellamy were just going to coast to a win here over Dawson and Williams in game 1, but not so fast. They've turned a 4-9 deficit into a 10-9 lead.
Yeah, and Kara Williams just came out of their timeout that they took when they were down and just came out absolutely on fire.
Dawson and Williams both able to get up to the kitchen. That will not get over the tape, so it will be a side out. Williams into the net, so we're going to have extra pickleball tied at 10 now.
Yeah, that's been the breakdown for Williams there. She's had some success on that forehand side, but she's also missed quite a few balls into the net. Once that ball gets closer to the body and you end up jamming yourself up, very difficult to pick that up and put it back over. It comes out very, very flat.
Wow. What an exchange. And, wow, that was pretty awesome.
I was going to say, early on in that point, Natalie Bagby got a ball that I felt like she needed to do more with, but she was able to get herself back into the point, and then both Bellamy and Bagby set that one up really, really well to finish.
So this is game point number 2 with the first game point for Bagby and Bellamy, and they won't need a second. Well, they nearly squandered a 9-4 lead, but they hold on to win it 12-10, and they lead this best 2 out of 3, 1-0.
Yeah, and that's a rare error by Jennifer Dawson to end the game as well.
Yeah, you're going to see just a really big backswing from Jennifer Dawson on this one. You'll see how far back she goes. Catches that one late.
And if you're a fan watching, you had to love that, guys. It wasn't quite rally scoring, but 33 serves to get 22 points.
A lot of fun.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to Naples, Florida. We continue our coverage of the 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. It is Zing Zang Thursday here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
Also women's doubles day, all day today. I mentioned we have 842 ladies playing on site. Yesterday we had 980 men.
A lot of people wanting to be a part of this tournament, both as spectators and as players. Move to the second serve here.
That one just peeked above the net for a second.
0-2.
And the first point of the game belongs to Bagby and Bellamy.
1-0-2.
And make it the first 2 points of the game belong to Bagby and Bellamy.
Yeah, and I know Jennifer Dawson just said that's on me. It's very uncharacteristic to see her string together any number of errors.
Yeah, just trying to be a little too fine. Get a little bit more clearance over the net and just be prepared for the speed up.
Jennifer with the power backhand there, as Beth Bellamy was unable to catch up to it.
Yeah, that was a good 1-2 combination there from Jen Dawson. She sped that first ball up through the middle, forehand side of Bellamy, and Bellamy was sitting on that forehand side again. Dawson recognizing and going to the backhand.
Well, Kara Williams is just going to keep at it until it either works or goes out of bounds, but that one was brilliant.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to have to do to get anything past any of these ladies. It's going to have to be down and hard and at the feet.
Yeah, it's a fire and reload there. No time to think.
And that one will land out of bounds. So move to 1-2-2.
1-2-2.
It's the first of 2 semifinals. We'll also have the gold medal match and the bronze medal still to be played here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Of course, everything culminates with Saturday night, the Dick's Championship celebration, with the festivities starting at 3:30, and there will be a live broadcast on CBS Sports Network from 7 to 9. If you don't have a ticket, you may watch all the action at the Fan Zone or Landshark Beer Garden right here at East Naples Community Park.
I always look forward to Saturday night here. It's such a celebration.
Well, and the celebration continues after the pickleball is done on Saturday night.
That it does.
Into the net by Bagby.
Yeah, and so if anyone's wondering what they need to do with their dinks, Chad, they really should watch some film on Kara Williams. She is excellent at it.
Yeah, she's got a very short, compact swing. Really puts a lot of spin. Yeah, so Bagby trying to push Williams off balance there and not allow her to really hit that firm penetrating dink, and that's what it causes, pushes it a little bit too wide.
So Dawson and Williams now able to get in front.
3, 2, 1.
And Williams into the net. She throws down the paddle in frustration. Kind of more just dropped it than threw it, I guess, but.
Probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, she just let go of the paddle as that ball was coming off. Knew it was going in the net.
And that's going to be just long.
One thing I noticed, Chad, is both teams seem to have slowed things down. We're seeing certainly more dinks in this than we did the game one.
Yeah, and I think for Bellamy and Bagme to kind of neutralize the power from Dawson and Williams, that's what they have to do. They got away with some early on in game one, but if they try to go hand-to-hand battle, it's going to be very, very tough for them.
So,
have a timeout.
Yep, timeout being taken here by Bagby and Bellamy. We'll step aside. This is a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of pickleball products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And by Yola, for the champion in you.
The official sports drink and also 1,000 stories.
Back here in beautiful Naples, Florida, there's Bagby and Bellamy, who were able to hold on in that first game, 12-10, but now find themselves in a 5-2 hole here, using their first of 2 timeouts.
Time in. 5-2-2.
See if the timeout serves its purpose here. And it certainly does.
Yeah, excellent ball movement there from Bagby and Bellamy, going sideline to sideline.
2-5-1.
Dawson speeding things up, but Bagby handled it all. Off the net, it will go out of bounds. Tightens it up at 3-5. Make it 4-5.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Bagby and Bellamy start going at the backhand of Kara Williams a little bit more. She's definitely not able to put as much pace on that backhand and going into that left foot.
That one does just stay in. They're certainly testing that, Chad. And that will be long.
She stood her ground on it.
She did.
So move to 4-5-2 now.
That's one thing. They're looking up at the scoreboard. That's what they're looking at, so they can actually see who's supposed to be serving. Some people here have thought that that's an advantage to teams because there's only scoreboard on one side. I said, all you got to do is turn around.
Your
I
head.
mean, where's the advantage?
You can turn your head.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I play, I'm normally keeping the score in my head anyway. The lob does just stay in. Well played by Williams and Dawson, but ultimately Bellamy able to move it to the second serve.
Yeah, and that lob achieved exactly what you'd expect it to achieve. You got your, you'll see here that it gets your opponent's back, and then they're having to open up the court, and then just right down the middle.
Sounds like ice dropping.
It is, right back here in the cooler.
There you go. Side out gets it back over to Bagby and Bellamy.
Yeah, and that's tough, Chad. I mean, what would you say to the viewers taking a look at that? It's coming over with. Is that something you should let bounce and step back on?
Yeah, that's a good ball to take out of the air because you cut down the amount of time that your opponents have coming forward, but it's something that you can't be overly aggressive on. You know, you've just got to get some height over the net and still create that good angle. But if you want to be a little bit more aggressive and put some pressure on, then yeah, let that take a step back, let it bounce.
ATP, and Williams was ready for it but couldn't defend it quite perfectly. And another point now for Bagby, or excuse me, for Bagby and Bellamy as they go in front 6-5.
Bellamy was very, very smart with that around the post. It was very soft, and she didn't give Williams any pace to be able to get that one back over. If she hits that ball harder, Williams gets that ball back up over the net.
I got to tell you, I've been really impressed with Williams in many ways, but her player communication is outstanding as well.
And the communication right now between Williams and Dawson is it's time to take a break. So we'll step aside for a quick Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, Chad Edwards, along with you here on this Thursday afternoon in Naples, Florida.
And then we have a look at referee of this match. Trish Stewart lives in Buffalo, New York, but spends most of the year right here in beautiful Naples, Florida. She's an outstanding ref with lots of experience.
Appreciate all the refs who are a part of this.
And we have 59 in total here who will referee a large number of some 5,500 plus matches.
Move to the second serve. That ends a run of 3 straight serves that resulted in points. And it's suddenly an 8-5 advantage for Bagby and Bellamy after they were trailing 5-2 in this second game.
Yeah, some untimely errors from Dawson and Williams have led to that lead change and lead extension.
Certainly not the power on display like it was early in this one, except for right there, and it ends up costing Jennifer Dawson.
Yeah, they probably just came out of that timeout and thought, you know, let's kind of slow things down a little bit, see if we can't construct some points instead of, you know, just coming out and going at the firefight.
Yes, ma'am. 9-5-2.
Nice defense there. And that one will land wide.
And all of these players are from California, Chad. I mean, wonder what it's like for them to make this transition into the Florida heat and humidity.
Yeah, they're all Southern Cal as well, so there's not that humidity there, that's for sure.
Doesn't seem to be bothering them one bit.
Well, as a California resident, I can tell you it's definitely a change.
Yeah, Kara Williams visibly frustrated with herself there. She's tried to do a little too much with it, added more risk than needed.
You can only imagine how mentally she has to prepare knowing that Jennifer Dawson's never lost.
put the pressure on.
You're right.
Oh.
I get a point there.
Still hanging on.
With the format for the US Open, there is no come around, so there's definitely a lot of pressure on this one.
And I'll tell you a little bit, there's actually some history and story behind that decision.
Ooh.
That was nice. And so the history behind that, the US Open back 7 years ago, everything was double elimination with come around. And I'll share it with you when we get back.
After this Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 13th to 20th, 2024. Back here in Naples, Florida, 7-9, Dawson and Williams trying to see if they can get this thing to a third game.
So I'll tell you a little bit about that history of the format that we were talking about. So back 7 years ago, everyone did double elimination. US Open decided to do a consolation format to where if you lose, the best you can do is bronze. That was quite controversial back then. In fact, the second year, some of the pros said that they were going to boycott coming to the US Open. Of course, they didn't. And but the idea was, at the US Open, if you won the US Open, you were truly the very best on that day.
And I think everybody agrees that was a great decision. Nice job going backwards to keep that alive. And a better job ending it right there by Beth Bellamy. And now the serve going back over to Bagby and Bellamy with this 9-7 advantage.
Yeah, and it was an excellent setup from Natalie Bagby going into the body of Jen Dawson.
9-7-1.
Bagby going back and forth. Dawson flips it up over to Williams. Williams speeds it up. Dawson finishes it off.
And you can see the relief on Kara Williams' face right there.
I always feel like, you know, you don't want to give up the point that puts the other team a point away. I mean, it's, you know.
I know.
But you also can't play tentatively that you're not going to make a mistake, because that's when you do make a mistake.
Bellamy back on that baseline, but that's not going to matter as that's out of bounds, and that will take us to match point. So Bagby and Bellamy trying to punch their ticket to the gold medal match, the 1 seed coming into this tournament. And that is wide. That was close, but that is wide.
Karen Williams says, thank goodness.
Blow on that one just a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see another look on that one.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of inches.
7-10-1.
All right, so 7-10-1.
Oh, excellent ball from Bagby. Recognized that Jennifer Dawson was going to speed up at her, and she just changed direction with a nice reset.
Moves it to 7-10-2.
7-10-2.
Oh.
Dawson got there, but then wasn't able to get it back up over the net. And now the serve going back over to Bagby and Bellamy. They'll get 2 cracks at it if they need it. Up 10-7-1, and this is match point number 2.
Oh, I think that ball was going out.
Yeah, there was just no way for her to get out of the way. She surely just had to defend herself.
Match point number 3.
Yes, ma'am. 10-7-2.
Oh, Dawson tried to speed up, and instead it ends up ending the match. So Jennifer Dawson's run of success finally dries up here in Naples.
Yeah, and that's a tough one. They played excellent. It just really come down to unforced errors. I think the strategies on both sides on how to play each other was on point, Chad. And but Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy were just too tough today.
And let's look at the Rancho La Puerta point of the match, Chad, and it turns out being a good one for Bagby and Bellamy.
Ava Welsh had thrown her face in right there.
Title sponsor, Minto Communities. Minto is a strong supporter of the game of pickleball.
We're going to have the Rancho La Puerta point of the match. And here it is.
Yeah, it was a good ball movement again from Bellamy and Bagby. And Dawson, a couple of times she just tried to do too much and tried to add too much power to some of those shots and missed a few into the net. And I think overall that was the difference between the two teams. Like you said, Melissa, it's just Bellamy and Bagby played clean to pickleball.
That's one semi in the book, the other coming up shortly.
On your knees, came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it.
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
Florida, everybody. Our first semifinals are in the book. And we are ready to go with our second semifinal match. Another berth in the finals on the line. And our shot of the day. Rancho La Puerto, thanks so much for being a sponsor. Love them sponsoring the shot of the day. Giving them a lot of love, as we should. So there's a look at the final score again, and we're getting ready for the second semifinal match. Welsher and Simon taking on LeBlanc and Tarn. And LeBlanc and Tarn were able to win in 3 games to get to this semifinal. Welsher and Simon, they won in consecutive games in their quarterfinal match. Just going to show you some of the final stats from that match that just completed. Dawson and Williams, they did not help themselves with 32 unforced errors in that match.
Yeah, I mean, the unforced errors were the difference there. Difference of 10 between the two teams, and then you look at the outright winners, and it's only a difference of 6. So even though Dawson and Williams were the more aggressive team, and you expect to see a little bit higher count for the unforced errors there. This wasn't.
Yeah, let's turn the page now. Let's talk a little bit about this match we got coming up. And you know, guys, we saw at the end of that quarterfinal match, we saw Teresa Tarn, who's out there in the green. We saw her limping a little bit. I did have a chance to pull her aside momentarily after that match ended, and I asked her if she was cramping, and she said no, not cramping.
Stress fracture.
Stress fracture. Yep. Yeah, she's dealing with the stress fracture. So it is, you know, she said though she's going to be fine. She thinks she's going to be okay to go here. So we'll see if she's able to work her way through it against this third-seeded team of Welsher and Simon.
I want to talk a little bit about head-to-head here with Eva Welsher and Teresa Tarn. They have played each other 13 times, and Eva has won 12 of those 13. But we found that was lopsided in the last match that Tarn was in, right? And she came out on the winning side.
It's not the best odds right there.
No. Eva Welsher, certainly very accomplished on the Senior Pro Tour.
She's also accomplished putting on a headset. I know that she's...
Yes, she was here earlier this week.
Yes, and I know she was working with Rusty Howes. Rusty does a great job with Pickleball Channel. And she also was working with me a little bit in Atlantic City last September at the Atlantic City Open. So,
yeah, multi-talented lady, that's for sure. Just having the time of her life and enjoying this pickleball journey, which so many of us do. It's once in a lifetime, really, and everything in a sport that's really evolving before our eyes, unsolved, if you will. Every day a chance to make history. I could just go on.
You could keep on going on. Keep going on.
All right, they're continuing to warm up, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to Naples in a moment.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. And whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
Oh, what a great afternoon it's been here in Naples, Florida. The crowd fired up for this second semifinal, and we are ready to get it underway. LeBlanc and Tarn in the far court, Welsher and Simon in the near court. And Teresa Tarn will start it off with the first serve of this semifinal.
So we talked a bit about Welsher and Tarn. Simon has never played against Tarn and has only played once against LeBlanc, and she is 1-0 in that.
Ooh. And that's going to be wide, and then some.
Very good first ball attack there on the forehand side by Simon. Try to do just a little too much with that last one.
0-0-2.
Off the net. And that's the first point of this match.
Nice deep return there from Tarn. Simon just a little late getting that paddle ready.
0-1-1.
Teresa Tarn, who splits her time between Michigan and Florida, gets the first point for her side in this match.
1-1-1.
Nice job catching up to that off the net. And then the backhand by Tarn. Welsher couldn't handle it.
Yeah, LeBlanc and Tarn coming out and continuing where they left off in that quarterfinal. Oop, heads up.
Yes. She's not a competitor, is she, Chad?
No, not at all. Oh, how good was that out of Eva Welsher?
And speaking of being a competitor, Eva Welsher in her career, 162 wins and only 78 losses. Her partner Simon, on the other hand, just 28 wins and 17 losses. So
Yeah, not playing in as many tournaments there as Angela Simon.
do you think that experience will come into play here?
I watched her play last year, and she stepped up on the big stage pretty well, but yeah, if we get into a situation where you start feeling that pressure and you've got this size of a crowd around you, you definitely feel it a lot more when you're not used to being in that situation.
Yeah, and these are some of the biggest crowds I've seen on senior day here at the US Open.
Well, it's interesting you guys bring that up about the crowds, because I don't know how many people actually think about that, but I mentioned yesterday the podcast that myself and Ray Koliakovo had Terry Graham and Chris Ivan on, and Chris brought up a great point. She said back in 2016, that first match, as it gets this one here moves to 3-3, that first tournament, she didn't think the matches were that great because she thought the players were a little bit thrown off by playing in front of bigger crowds, and it was an adjustment for them.
Yeah, it was a big adjustment, not just the first year, but going into the second year as well, because we'd see it in such short matches. I mean, really, they're going like 20 and 25 minutes.
3-3-2.
They're used to it now. I brought up the point too, and the one thing I remember about that first US Open, which I was privileged to have a chance to be on the call for, was that the players almost were annoyed when there was a timeout, because it was like they just wanted to keep playing. They weren't used to, wait, we got to take a timeout. And I think now everybody's adjusted to it. Oh yeah, the timeouts lead to there being money and revenue coming into the sport, so everybody's good with it. But at first it was kind of, they didn't love it.
Oh yeah, because many of them hadn't been through any of that type of thing before, and so there's been a lot of education that's had to go into the players as part of their evolution as well, as to the importance behind timeouts and
TV timeouts.
Yeah. And orders of play. Long time between waiting for their time on championship court.
Serve goes back over to Welsher and Simon.
3-3-1.
Oh, what a great shot by Teresa Tarn.
Little step back flick there from Tarn, but she does an excellent job. You see the paddle head drop down and underneath that ball that allows her to give it the shape that she needed.
3-3-2.
That lob somehow stays in. Not much Tarn could do with that.
Yeah, that was an excellent lob.
So Welsher and Simon go back in front.
Welsher being a bronze medalist here last year with Helen Wilhelm. Sucking off Chad's knowledge.
A little love from the net there from Wilhelm. I would say this, from Welsher. What, you did that to me last time. I called Wilhelm Welsher, and then this time I called Welsher Wilhelm. My goodness. If I was Welsher and Simon, it's a tough thing to do, like, mentally, but Tarn's not moving the best, and you almost need to expose that and make her hit a lot of balls and move her around, because then things start to break down.
That's going to be long, so Suddenly a 7-3 advantage here for Welsher and Simon. And a timeout is going to be taken by Tarn and LeBlanc. We'll step aside for a Takea hydration break.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with new Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary. By Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Franklin, the official bag of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official US Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
And her teammate Angela Simon on a roll right now. They've reeled off 4 straight points on their last 4 serves, looking to keep it going out of the timeout.
Referee Diane Unitich officiating this match. Diane been around a long time, committing her time to the US Open and to many other tournaments around the country.
Oh, Tarn with that backhand.
Yeah, and it always feels so good that you can just get there, but it's just a little bit hard to do much.
Yeah, I think in that situation, Simon hit that lob and didn't fully commit to coming up to it. Once you kind of see your opponent's turn side on or see their back, it's the time to come up.
That does just get over.
Excellent hands there from LeBlanc. Short and quick, using the power coming from Angela Simon to go past them.
4-7-1. Second server.
Move to 4-7-2.
4-7-2.
Oh. She was ready for that lob, Angela Simon.
Yeah, and that lob too, Chad, was like went in and went up and over the forehand side shoulder.
7-4-1.
Yep. Gonna try to avoid that forehand side as much as you can with those offensive lobs.
Unless you just nail that lob perfectly, right, with enough height and enough depth.
Yep. I haven't met too many people that have a better backhand overhead than a forehand.
No.
I think that's an unorthodox skill set to have.
They're usually called left-handed.
Yes. That's why some people just switch the paddle, right? Well, LeBlanc couldn't catch up with that one. And suddenly 9-4, Welsher and Simon. LeBlanc and Tarn do have 1 timeout remaining. Well, again, she was ready for the lob.
Yeah, and the resets from Ava Welsher there kept herself and Angela Simon in that point. Allow them to get back up to the kitchen line.
Takes us to game point here at 10-4-2. That's wide, and that's game. Game 1 in favor of Welsher and Simon, 11-4. And they just really found the afterburners to take that one. Game 2 coming your way after this timeout from Naples.
showed you a new way to view wellness through the lens of nature in its purest form. At Splish Naturals, we believe that everyone deserves wellness. We have one line of products that can help your body in countless different ways. Name your pain. It can all vanish in minutes if you know what your body needs to protect it. Our products are unlike anything you've seen before. The intersection where nature strengthens performance. It's your body, and you only get one, so ask yourself, am I going to protect it?
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Back here at Zing Zang Championship Court, 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. It is Zing Zang Thursday here in Naples, Florida. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, and Chad Edwards with you on the call. Happy to have you along. Game 2 of this women's senior pro doubles semifinal. And Welsher and Simon, after winning game 1 11-4, they draw first blood here in game 2.
I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as we are. The women have definitely been putting on a show this afternoon. Lots of great points, lots of action.
That'll be wide and make it a 2-0 early advantage. Winner of this one will play for the gold medal against the team of Bagby and Bellamy, the #1 seed who won that first semifinal 12-10, 11-7. And LeBlanc and Tarn in a little bit of a hole here to start game 2.
3-0-2.
Tarn played that lob well. Off the net. Quick reaction off the net to adjust for Angela Simon.
4-0-2.
Again off the net.
Wow. Angela Simon just seems to be zoned right in.
Yeah, and she has a lot of power behind that swing, and it's short, quick, compact. That ball's jumping back on you before you have a chance to react.
And Tarn and LeBlanc say we need a timeout, down 5-0.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Back here in Naples, Florida, Welsher and Simon off to a blazing start here in game 2, 5-0.
Yeah, and that was in a hurry. It seemed like we just blinked, and here we were at 5-0.
5-0-2.
Make it 6-0.
And I think we know what they're going to do, don't we, Chad?
Angela Simon is firing on all cylinders right now.
6-0-2.
Seven, 0-2.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Tana and LeBlanc tried to go toe-to-toe with Walsher and Simon. They've got to settle in. They have to move that ball around a little bit, keep them off balance, make them try to speed up from a bad position.
Oh, 8-0. And Tarn applauding the effort from the other side, but not liking the margin here. Already down a game.
8-0-2.
Oh, right down the boulevard to make it 9-0. Make it 10-0.
Wow.
And I'm going to hold off on saying something to see what happens here, but 10-0.
10-0-2.
Yikes.
Well, I don't know if there's such a thing as a perfect game in pickleball, but you just saw it because the serve never went to the other side of the net. Ava Welsher served 11 straight times to start the game, and every one of them got a point. A golden pickle. They got pickled. Is that the term? Golden pickle?
Golden
okay,
pickle.
well, there you go. This is our Rancho La Puerta point of the match on match point. I mean, I've never seen a golden pickle. I mean, I've been on the wrong end of it.
I've been golden pickled too, but I've never golden pickled anybody else. And it's certainly unusual to see that here at the pro level.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, Angela Simon, who just came out, was firing. And Welsher set her up perfectly.
And Eva Welsher's now over here asking us about the next matchup. They're going to take on Bagby and Bellamy in the next match. And we love people. Hey, Eva, we need you to take this, and we need you guys to fill those out. You filled one out in Atlantic City for us. Yeah. Okay. There we go. You got to love the live TV aspect here. But how great was that? I mean, that was just wow. I mean, and if it was a runaway freight train that there wasn't anything LeBlanc and Tarn could do anything about.
Maybe 6 minutes right there.
Game, yeah. That was a quick game. We're going to take a quick time out. Our coverage will continue from Naples in just a moment.
Then shoot 앞에 인자 같은 질투 떠너비 올라와 공기도 달라 so high.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
Back here in Naples, Florida, our coverage of the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships continue, and you think about where this tournament has come to and where it was. I had a chance to sit down with Chris, Yvonne, and Terry Graham, the founders of the US Open Pickleball Championships, during one of my Press Box Party podcast episodes. Ray Koliakovo, the executive producer and vice president of this, or vice president of Digital Wave Productions. Actually, he's the president and owner, so I'm selling him short. He handles the production of this event, and the three of us talked a lot about the growth of this tournament and gave us an update about where it is at. Here's a clip from the Press Box Party podcast.
We never, ever, 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 and I don't think we're alone, could have dreamt that not only would the U.S. Open grow like it did, but pickleball would do what it did in this short amount of time. I mean, it really is pretty unfathomable that this has all happened in this short amount of time. But you think we started with 860 players about in 2016, and that blew us away. We're like, wow, okay, that's pretty good. And now we're pushing over 3,000 players as we sit here today for this year. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
I think that the thing that sets us apart from every other event out there, and we didn't plan for this, it just happened, were the spectators. You know, you think of, we have 3,000 players, we will have 35,000 people walk through the park. That's all done on cell phones. It pings whatever your phone. 35,000 people went through Little East Naples Community Park last year. And we know this is on so many people's bucket list. Even if they don't get into the event, they come down because the US Open Pickleball Championships in Naples, Florida is the biggest pickleball party in the world. And who doesn't like to go to a party, especially in beautiful, paradise in Naples, Florida?
Well, there you go, Chris, Yvonne, and Terry Graham, and you think about how far this tournament has come from the very beginning. It is really, really impressive that it's just on every level. I mean, the players, the money, the fans, the buzz, the association that the everyday people now have with pickleball and what it is. It's just so pleasurable to see where it has come.
Yeah, and it just tells you a little bit about the sport. I mean, this is the 7th year of the U.S. Open, 8th if we missed the COVID year, and it makes history every single year. So it is a special tournament. Special place to be, and some of the best play in the world happens right here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
So here we go. We've reached the gold medal match in the women's senior pro doubles division, and coming off of a golden pickle, Angela Simon and Eva Welsher, both out of Florida. Eva out of Naples, Angela out of Fort Lauderdale.
And I guess Mircha Moraro came by and said Angela's actually out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I was just going off of what she was announced as on the court. So how about that?
Yeah, same here. So anyway, I want to make sure we get that correction in.
All right. So she's out of Atlanta. And it was Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy are out of Carlsbad, California, which is basically the San Diego area for those of you who don't spend a lot of time on the West Coast, but neither one of those places. Atlanta's great too, so I'm good with all those places. Great with Naples, great with the San Diego area, great with the Atlanta area. But right now, happy to be here in Naples, Florida at the 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. This match should get underway momentarily. I want to remind you, Saturday night is the Dick's Championship celebration with festivities starting at 3:30, and we will be broadcasting live on CBS Sports Network starting at 5 p.m. If you don't have a ticket, you may watch all the action on CBS Sports Network. You can also check out the Fan Zone if you want to come down here. And the Landshark Beer Garden at East Naples Community Park should be a whole lot of fun.
And, this will feel a bit like it is a gold medal match. It'll be a great gold medal match. But, last year, Eva getting the bronze and Natalie and Beth Bellamy getting the silver. It's going to be the first time either one of these teams has an opportunity to be the Women's Senior Pro Gold champion here at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and look for Angela Simon to come out and continue that hot run that she finished in the semi-final, really being aggressive.
Right on cue, Angela Simon delivers. And Welsher and Simon with the early 1-0 lead. Over the reach of Bellamy there. And how about that? That stays in, and what a stayed in on the back end, not on the return, but how good is this? So 2-0-1. And that ends a run of 13 consecutive serves that resulted in a point going back to the semifinals for Simon and Welsher. That's pretty good efficiency.
2-0-2.
Eva. Impressive with the reach there. Angela Simon, who was born in Fort Lauderdale, grew up in Vero Beach, so that's where the Fort Lauderdale came from, but she does reside in Atlanta now, where she's a tennis and pickleball coach.
Bellamy just trying to do a little too much on that one, trying to go behind Simon, get down that line before she could come over and cover. But unfortunately, it's over the high part of the net.
4-0-2.
Side out after Simon couldn't get that one across.
0-4-1.
A little confusion there as Simon and Welsher both went for it, but all's well that ends well. Good job by Bellamy to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, right idea, just a little too much pull on that one for Angela Simon.
1-4-2.
Simon and Bellamy going back and forth here. And Bagby gets in. Welsher. Lengthy rally going on here.
Wow.
Eva hit one that maybe was going out, and the one she returns does go out. That was a lengthy exchange between these ladies.
And Chad, they seem to be playing a little bit conservative, actually.
Yeah, I thought there was a couple of balls there that could have been sped up that weren't. I think right now they're kind of respecting each other's ability to start and finish that firefight. Right as you say that, they start getting a little bit more aggressive, Melissa.
They must have heard me over here.
So the side out back to Simon and Welsher.
4-2-1.
A good roll from Bagby there. Getting really low and giving that a nice shape up and over the net. Ooh,
that does land in. Wow.
Yeah, and it's just an excellent roll.
Yeah. Short and quick, heavy left hand on that one to create the top spin on the two-hand backhand.
2-4-1.
It's almost the same as a left-handed forehand, that one. Oh my goodness, she was going to destroy that ball. Angela Simon having a little bit of a laugh at that one.
She was trying to send that one to Atlanta.
Oh, that ball was going out.
That didn't slow her down one bit, did it? Sometimes when you miss hit a ball like that, the best thing to do is just get right back in there.
Yeah. I mean, Simon plays well that fast-paced, that aggressive style. If she tries to slow down or take too much off of it, then it throws off timing.
Second server.
Good ball there from Welsher, pulling her out wide.
So Bellamy will take over here at 4-4-2. Best 2 out of 3 for gold. Make it 5-4 now. Bagby and Bellamy surging in front.
5-4-2.
Wow. And the side out, as that one falls just short.
Simon just trying to do a little too much on that one. Excellent serve from Ava Welsher to pull Bellamy all the way out wide, knowing that she had to come all the way across the court with Bellamy and Bagby stacking.
Angela Simon playing in her second ever US Open.
Oh, I landed.
Wow, Bellamy. Not much room to spare, but it definitely was in.
It's a full extension flick of the wrist right there.
5-4-1. Second server.
Tough ball for Simon to try and clear her body there, but she did an excellent job
5-4-2.
shuffling the feet to the left just to be able to get out in front on that one enough.
Welsher misses wide. So 6 straight points here for Bagby and Bellamy after it was 4-0 Welsher and Simon to start this game. Make it 7 straight points.
On that receiver, 7-4-2.
And timeout going to be taken here by Welsher and Simon. We'll take a break as well. This Takea hydration break from Naples.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Well, it's been a great Thursday here in Naples, Florida. Eva Welsher and her teammate Angela Simon in a bit of a hole now as we continue on here in game number 1, this best of 3.
Referee Andy Jones out there. This is 7th US Open that she's been refereeing for.
It's good knowledge by you right there, Chad.
Well, Andy's been a client of ours for a long time too with the academy. Does a lot of stuff up in LBI with training referees and running tournaments up there as well.
Did that stay in? I think she pointed it in.
I think it might have been just short.
I think Andy's saying it was out. She had a great look at it, but that was a heck of an effort there. So 4-8-1 is the side out. Gets it back to Welsher and Simon. Both teams showing a lot of patience right here. Who's going to speed it up first? Well, it was Simon that sped it up first, but it was Bagby and Bellamy that come out winning that exchange.
Yeah, I'd like to see Simon take one more step to the middle and close with that forehand after she sped up with that two-hand backhand there. I think she had enough clearance that she could do it, and I think Welsher thought she was going to as well.
Bagby caught back on that baseline now. And the shot goes into the net.
The ball was actually wide from Bagby. Yep, so 5-9, 5-8.
Into the net, gets to 6-8. Both of these teams have shown the ability to go on some lengthy runs.
6-8-2.
That was an excellent get from Simon there in the middle of that point.
Timeout receiver, 7-8-2.
Thought Bellamy had a beat.
Bagby and Bellamy decide they need a timeout. It's 7-8 here in game 1.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of pickleball products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And by Yola, for the champion in you.
Back here in Naples, Florida, it has tightened up as Simon and Welsher looking to try and draw even here after being in a 8-4 hole.
Kathy Dimitri is in the house. She got her faces ready. I'm sure the rubber chicken's going to come out. Chemical engineer by day, Crazy Kathy of pickleball by night.
Bellamy lays off that at the last second after nice communication by Bagby, telling her not to hit it, and it's a good decision. So Bagby and Bellamy get the serve back here, 8-7. That's long, so now back to a 2-point advantage.
9-7-1.
The lob by Bellamy.
Oh, nice step in and finish there from Bagby. Bellamy's lob wasn't the deepest, but Walsh not able to do much with it.
You know, we talk about titles, you guys, all of these players here on. We got Beth Bellamy has not a US Open title yet, but she has 31 other titles in her career. Natalie 21, Eva 12, and Angela 4.
I want to say that Bellamy's 31 titles are in like the last 2 years as well.
Well, she's getting closer to another one. They take game one 11-7, and they'll have a chance to try and close this thing out in game two. They'll get 2 chances if they need them to try and win a title here in Naples. And don't go anywhere. We're going to show you our Rancho La Puerto point of the match so far. And here's what the boys in the truck have for us.
This is from the semi-final with the win for Walsher and Simon over Tan and LeBlanc.
That's our Rancho La Puerto shot of the day. We're going to step aside. Game 2 coming your way from Naples in just a few moments.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Well, we are continuing our coverage from Naples, Florida, as the US Open Pickleball Championships continue on this fantastic Thursday. And the crowd in attendance liking what they're seeing. I'm going to side out to get this game 2 started.
2-0-1.
Sometimes I feel like there needs to be a secondary audio channel for folks at home to be able to hear the stuff that the truck says to us during these matches. That one is going to go wide.
Somebody posted something in the forum like a few weeks back after one of the other tournaments, and they were kind of ripping into one of our other commentators about some verbiage that he used or whatever, that he used the wrong term. And I said, look, We're focusing on pickleball. A lot of times we're talking for like 8 hours a day, and you've got these guys in the truck that are trying to get you to say whatever they want you to say on air to try to screw you up. So it's so easy to make a mistake.
100%. And they're they're in there with little side wagers going on about what they can get each of us to do and not do.
Yesterday it was how many times we said the word balls.
No, that was just ball. It was just a ball.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, goodness. We have a lot of fun here at the US Open.
They were utilizing multiple balls during the match with Dave Weinbach and his teammate yesterday. That's a good comment that Ray, our producer, just made. I'm going to share that. He said it is the biggest pickleball party in the United States. So they approached this job with the appropriate frame of mind.
0-2-1.
Oh. She put her hand up. She got a hand up.
She did block it with her hand.
So that's 2 nights in a row. We had Witskin down from a sniper attack last night. Now we got Bagby down after a sniper attack tonight. But big forehand there from Simon. Not sure if that was even going to stay on the court.
And then Bellamy trying to play an angle, but she misfires. So we're suddenly even at 2 apiece. Simon couldn't catch up to that one.
Yeah, that was a fantastic job from Beth Bellamy there, recognizing that Simon was going to speed that up into the body. Just blocked it and absorbed it, went back behind her, and Simon wasn't able to get a good swing on it. Even if that had have stayed in, she would have ended up with a foot fault.
Eva's asking herself, what was I doing?
I'm not even sure why Eva put the paddle up on that one.
Maybe she's trying to see how high it was going to go.
It was already down, and then she put it up. Tough in that situation. It's very easy to question decisions from the booth.
Move to the second server.
We'll talk a little head-to-head here. Welsher against Bellamy. Bellamy has won 16 times to Eva's 1. And when playing Bagby, Bagby's won 8. And Eva has won 4. Simon hasn't had as much luck. She's 0-3 against Bellamy and 0-2 against Bagby.
Yes, that's correct. 3-2-2.
Well, despite the lack of success in that regard, Simon has absolutely loved being at this tournament. It's amazing, an amazing setup, which it certainly is. Just out of the reach of Welsher, and now a 4-2 advantage for Bagby and Bellamy.
You're all good. 4-2-2. Side out.
Bagby just cut that swing off. She was trying to add a little bit of a roll to it, but never got fully extended.
2-4-1.
Welsher leaves it just short. Move to the second server. Oh, nice execution both by Bellamy and Bagby there to finish that off. Bellamy with the finesse. A couple of those dinks just barely with room to spare to stay in. She had such great control, and Bagby with the power.
Yeah, and that was great vision by Eva. She'd been going down the line a couple of times on Beth, expecting it to go back down the line, and she put it down the middle.
Yeah, crossbody right there. Show one thing. And a quick change across the body.
Natalie did look at her paddle as if there was a hole in it, though. Lob.
And that one just goes long.
Right spot for it. Walsh typically not the best at going back quickly for those lobs.
2-4-1.
Oh.
What a shot.
Wow, that was quite impressive, the slice on that volley. Just too wide for Eva Welsher.
Yeah.
This is the fourth match of the day for each team, starting at 9 o'clock this morning.
Not quite as long a day as the senior men had yesterday.
Well, it's kind of like that rally scoring concept you almost said, right? Where the ladies are scoring many more points on their serves.
Well, that was true up until this game. We've had 1, 5, 7, 9, 13, 17. We've had 19 serves and 6 points so far. So it's dropped a little bit here in this game.
4-2-1.
Get a point on that one, though.
That's a great stat that you're keeping as well, because you can kind of equate it to the energy of the crowd as well, right? Because when those points are going fast, they're going back and forth, the crowd really gets into it.
Yeah, and you know, the opposite is true as well. I mean, you're getting some of those long rallies, and then it results in not a point. Sometimes it can lull you a little bit into a sleep. We're going to take a timeout, Takea hydration break here in Naples. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships, by Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand, by Takea, hydration is an all-day game, and by the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 13th to 20th, 2024.
In with eating ice cream. She's like, I'm eating my feelings right now.
Whoa.
Back here in Naples, Florida. Afternoon has given way to evening, now 5:22 local time here in Southwest Florida. And if you haven't made a trip down here, not only to come here to this tournament, I mean, you just want to come down and check out the Naples Paradise Coast, the beaches, the restaurants, the shopping. There's so much to offer. Plan yourself a pickleball vacation and come to Naples any time of the year. Did I say something I should be aware of? You guys are bent over laughing. I don't know what's going on.
I'm laughing at the truck.
You just missed groupies. That's the only thing that you missed.
Point here to make it 6-2.
6-2-1.
Walsher wants that one back. That was the ball to attack. Sat up high enough, but she cut across the body, dropping that one into the net.
And now they're in a major hole at 7-2. Already down a game.
7-2-1.
And Bagby and Bellamy still on the first server.
Good ball there from Angela Simon. That's the thing, right? Bagby and Bellamy are going to make you beat yourself.
Yeah, and Eva's trying to get the crowd going. They'd like to see a comeback here.
7-2-2.
A looping serve there.
And just the ball movement there and the understanding between Bellamy and Bagby. You could see that Bellamy was setting up to speed that up. She goes for the ball in the middle. Ball goes to Bagby. She goes back behind Simon. And then when Welsh steps over to the middle, then Bellamy goes back behind there. So there's that setup, there's that understanding, and that's where we talked about before as far as how much of a role does comfortability and experience with a partner play into the pro game.
Finally an unforced error to end it to make it now 9-2.
And Bagby and Bellamy have known each other for a long time before pickleball in the tennis world.
I mentioned they're both out of Carlsbad, California. 2 points away from being US Open champions.
Oh, right on the line.
What a well-placed shot. And that's going to take us to championship point. Bellamy and Bagby unable to get up to the kitchen line, and they'll have to wait. There's the side out. We'll keep the match going. But at 2:10, this is a mountain that Welsher and Simon need to climb. Even didn't he? There was no "I'm sorry." It was a yes.
No, you don't say sorry for those ones.
Yeah,
take it and run with it.
Especially when you're down 10-2 and it's in a championship situation.
If you can hit that every single time, more power to you.
ATP for Angela Simon.
And the crowd is absolutely loving that. I mean, you could see the extra effort she was putting into that entire exchange. And then to end it with an ATP. Doesn't get better than that, Chad.
Nope, does not.
Well, that is going to force Bagby and Bellamy to use a timeout. We will take a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's. By Zing Zang. The #1 Bloody Mary brand is on fire with new Zing Zang Blazing Bloody Mary.
by Deco Turf, the official pickleball court surface of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Franklin, the official bag of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And remember, you can purchase the official US Open Pickleball Championships apparel at kitschpickleball.com.
Well, Bagby and Bellamy on the precipice of gold, but Simon and Welsher are not going quietly.
Yeah, no, they are not, and I don't expect them to. It'd be interesting to see if this timeout slows any of that momentum that was going to come out from the roar of the crowd for that effort on that ATP from Angela Simon.
Welsher into the net.
A little bit of a slower pace ball there from Bellamy. Didn't quite get to Welsher like she thought it was going to.
Bob.
That's long.
Another tough ball for Bellamy to try to keep in with that offensive lob when she's pushed back.
Definitely gives Welsher and Simon something to think about, though, with her going to that a few times now. And now the serve is going to change sides, and we'll have another championship opportunity for Bagby and Bellamy. This is championship point number 2.
10-5-1.
Oh.
And there it is. The gold medal will go around the necks of Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy as they win it in consecutive games, 11-5. 11-7 in the first one, 11-5 in the second, and congratulations to them winning gold here in Naples, Florida. That was impressive.
Yeah, it was an excellent game. I mean, these ladies are in the top of this women's senior pro around the tour that they play, and we weren't disappointed here today in the talent and skills that they exhibited right here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Great for Beth Bellamy and Natalie Bagby getting their first women's senior pro gold here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. It is the most coveted championship in all of pickleball.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, Bellamy and Bagby are going to make you beat yourself. They're going to stay very, very clean with their pickleball, and they're going to get a ton of balls back and keep putting the pressure on.
All right, we're taking a timeout. We will hear from the victors coming up.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Don't leave pickleball behind when you leave the court. Pickleball Channel gives you the world of pickleball in your hands, covering the entire sport. Dive deep into the world of pickleball and keep your game going with Pickleball Channel.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it!
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
And welcome back to the US Open Pickleball Championships, everybody. Time to hand out some hardware, and what a championship match we saw here on center court. And we're going to begin by talking to our silver medalists, Eva Welsher and Angela Simon. And Eva, I'll begin with you. You're no stranger to championship court here. I know it's disappointing not to have a gold, but what a run through this tournament.
You know what? I honestly, obviously it's disappointing to lose in the finals, but Beth and Natalie were the better team. But you know, this is our second time we've been on the court, and I felt like we were just a dynamite team, and we have, you know, growth, and I'm excited to play with her again. So it was a win in that fact, and I had a great, fun day. So thank you, Angela.
And Angela, I know this is your second U.S. Open, so to make it all the way to the championship, you got to feel pretty good about that.
Absolutely. I'm lucky to have Eva play with me. They played great, but we had a great time. Great fans, great venue. Thanks for all our sponsors, all the sponsors here at the tournament. Yeah, it was really great. Great tournament.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
I like to thank Engage Pickleball because they love me, and they've been sponsoring me since I was a 4.5. So I love companies that love seniors.
All right. Well, all the sponsors here are great, but especially for you, Engage has been great. Let's bring in Heather Jones, who's with another one of our terrific sponsors, Margaritaville. She will present the silver medals to Angela Simon and Eva Welsher, and the hardware is just the beginning because it's a bevy of prizes that are coming from our sponsors here. But ladies, appreciate it. Best of luck to you going down the road. And with that, it's time for us to have you step aside and bring in our gold medalists, our champions here, Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. Let's hear it for these two who win for the first time here in Naples, Florida. And Natalie, let's begin with you. It's got to feel great to walk off this court with a gold medal.
Sure, it feels really good. I mean, we fought all day. It was a really strong bracket. So I'm really happy that this year we won gold.
And Beth, I know you two have known each other for a while. You've played tennis for a while. How good has that synergy been between the two of you?
Well, Natalie's a great partner. She's very smart, mentally tough, helps me a lot, and so and we're good friends. So it's just a pleasure to play with her, and it's fun to really, come through. Eva and Angela are such great champions. I mean, they were absolutely dominant all day, and so we knew it was going to be a tough match, but we're very thrilled to come through.
And you both call Carlsbad home. I also live in California, so we don't have this humidity here. How were you guys able to battle that today?
So actually, Carlsbad was the other team. Where I'm from Pacific Palisades in Los Angeles, and Beth is from Bell Canyon. But I'm glad today was not too humid. It was great, the weather, because we haven't been having a good weather in California lately. So coming here and I think helping playing on this center court was magnificent. It really helps not to be in the sun.
And Beth, your thoughts on this tournament overall? I mean, it's just this is a gem on the pickleball world.
No, it's one of the big ones where everybody always looks forward to coming to the US Open, and like I said, we're thrilled to have a title here.
Well, congratulations. Let's bring Heather Jones back in from Margaritaville. She will present the gold medals to our champions, Natalie Bagby and Beth Bellamy. And once they've got the gold medals, they'll also get their Skechers footwear coming in. Skechers, a fantastic partner here. So, ladies, you get the Skechers, and you also get the stay at Margaritaville Beach Resort, Fort Myers Beach. So that's also going to be great for you. And then last but not least, we've got some prize checks for you, part of the $126,000 purse this year at the US Open Pickleball Championships. So one more time, let's hear it for our champions, Natalie and Beth, taking home the gold here in Naples, Florida. They'll get some photos. We're going to step aside and take a time out. Our coverage from Naples continues after this.
Ready for a real cocktail? Grab a Zing Zang ready-to-enjoy cocktail in a can. America's #1 Bloody Mary mix with vodka. Zing Zang Classic Margarita, tequila included. Mango margaritas made with tequila and real mango puree. and whiskey sours with real Kentucky bourbon. Real cocktails, real ingredients, really good. Zing Zang full-strength canned cocktails. Legendary taste, legendary day. Always ready.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it!
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
Back here in Naples, Florida. And there's a look at Terry Graham, one of the originators and current tournament organizer and director, and she is everything. Her and Chris Yvonne. Without them, this tournament does not exist. Without them, pickleball is not where it is in the world of not only sports, but the world of recreation, the world of just people being aware of it. I mean, it existed for a long time. It was developed in Bainbridge, Washington back in the 60s, and you know, for a long time, it was basically just a sport mostly played by seniors, and now all of a sudden you got 2 pro tours, you got Major League Pickleball, you've got a senior version of Major League Pickleball that's about to launch. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I know when I got into the game in 2014, you know, you had 80% of the players were over 60, and that number's reduced down to like 50%.
Well, it is certainly something that everybody enjoys, and we are bringing you our final match of the day here from Naples, Florida. This is the bronze medal match. You got Jenny Klitsch and Sherry Corder, who are taking on Ellen Novoletsky and Jenny Marcos. And already 1-0 in favor of Novoletsky and Marcos. That is Marcos in the dark blue, and good decision by her to watch that one go out of bounds. Good 2-0 lead.
And Jenny Marcos did win a bronze medal in women's pro singles on Sunday.
Into the net there by Sherry Corder, and it's quickly 3-0. I just like that Jenny Marcos is wearing the chicken and pickle hat.
And that's really taken the world by storm, chicken and pickle.
Into the net there by Jenny Klitsch.
4-0-2. Point. Timeout receiving team.
And just like that, Klitsch and Corder say we need a timeout. They're already down 5-0. We'll take a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by
Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of pickleball products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And by Yola, for the champion in you. Enjoying what they're seeing, and the pace of play a little bit quicker here today. The field not as large either in the women's senior doubles, so we are a couple hours ahead of where we were when the bronze medal match started yesterday for the men, and as a result, more people sticking around to see this bronze medal match today. And make it 6-0. And Melissa, you and I had a conversation earlier today before we went on the air about, you know, the bronze medal match following the gold medal match, and how, you know, I think a casual observer would just say, well, why not save the gold for the finale? And there's more to it than just the fact that you're making people ask to stay longer to be here for the gold, but it's also that there's things that need to be decided on the back draw to be able to figure out who's playing for the bronze.
Right, that's exactly right. And so you really would have to put back draw matches out on your championship court in order to have an opportunity to play the bronze ahead of the gold. So in this format where there isn't a come around, if you will, if you lose, best you can do is bronze. The gold typically always is ready well before the bronze.
0-6-2.
0-6-2 here.
My goodness.
Novoletsky with authority.
And it's exciting to see these ladies here on championship court. This is the first U.S. Open for Jenny Marcos. It's the first U.S. Open for Sherry Corder. Only the second U.S. Open for Klitsch and Novoletsky.
Oh, good ball by Corder there. Nice little roll.
I say that Klitsch played mixed pro doubles last year. She didn't play the women's senior pro doubles.
Nice defensive shot there by Novoletsky. Couldn't get that one over the net, though, and the serve will go back over to Klitsch and Corder.
Yeah, and that's the right ball for her to speed up. She just kind of took it a little too late, too deep, too close to the body.
0-6-1.
Yeah, the ball's just wide. Jenny Klitsch throws her hands up in the air. First point on the board.
It's a big one. See if they can string a few together here.
1-6-1. Point.
Indeed they can, so a little bit of life here out of Klitsch and Corder, who are the higher seeded of these two teams.
Two, 6-1.
Yeah, I think Klitsch has to drive that one. She kind of did a medium pace ball there and had a little bit of shape to it, but really didn't throw off the timing. It's a short enough ball that she can step in.
Side out.
That serve was wide, so it's a side out.
6-2-1. Point.
Into the net to make it 7-2. This is a best 2 out of 3 for the bronze.
7-2-1. Second serve.
And that was a really nice deep return. It kind of really ran into her body.
Yeah, deep return with a little bit of side spin there. Novaleski getting jammed up. We saw her kind of shooting from a hip right there. Couldn't get any extension on it.
That one left short. So side out, back over to Klitsch and quarter. Tomorrow, the day I'm really looking forward to here, guys, it's going to be Fat Tire Friday.
Yeah, that's Fat Tire has been all around the venue here. I've never seen so much beer available.
Of course, the biggest night in pickleball takes place right here on Saturday, the Dick's Championship celebration. Festivities begin at 3:30. Ooh. Wow. That'll get some applause out of the crowd.
And for that championship Saturday night, Dave, if you're not here, don't have a ticket, it's certainly sold out.
3-7-1.
Oh, way to rub it in.
But you'll have a chance to watch it live on CBS Sports Network.
Watch it on CBS Sports Network. You can all kinds of, they've also got it out on the TVs in the tent zone.
To the fan zones.
4-7-1. 1 minute.
We will take a hydration break courtesy of Takea. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. In Naples, Florida, the Franklin X40, the official ball of the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. It's been that way since 2017.
So we asked Drew the same question last year, Dave. Why is it an X40? Why is there a 40 on it? Why is it?
I don't know. Is there a different version? Was there an X30? Was there an X35?
Well, there is. There's a 26. So there's 26 and there's 40.
Do you know the answer? Or is this a rhetorical question?
No, it's not a rhetorical question.
I do not know the answer, so I'm not going to pretend that I do.
So outdoor pickleballs have 40 holes in them.
Ah.
Indoor pickleballs have 26.
Ah.
I knew.
Interesting. I'm assuming that must be for the aerodynamics.
Aerodynamics, yeah. So the indoor ball is a little bit lighter, has larger holes. That's why it's only has 26 in it. The outside or the outdoor ball, a little bit heavier. And the holes are smaller, and it kind of counteracts the way it's affected by the elements and the wind. But obviously, we've all seen pickleball in the wind, and it's not that easy.
Well, especially back where I normally play. I play in most of the time in Sausalito, California, and there are two fantastic courts. It's a small little park, but they've got two dedicated pickleball courts with permanent nets and well fenced in. And it's every time I go there, it's harder and harder to get on, actually. But the one problem is it is really, really, really windy a lot of times. And by the way, if anybody back in Sausalito happens to be watching this, there's a tree that hangs over the one court that faces north-south. If somebody could go cut some of that back, it'd be great. It wasn't a problem last fall, but it's become a problem this spring. Some of the branches hang over.
5-7-1.
Klitsch and Corder making a little bit of a run here, pulling themselves back in within 2. Question whether the referee could overrule that call there. Corder thinking that her serve caught the baseline.
This game was 7-0.
Side out. Seven. No, you have 5. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, so the score is 7-5.
7-5-1.
The scoreboard said 7-6.
As did our score bug.
Point.
Make it 8-5.
Yeah, I think Korda needs to take one more step over there. Klitsch is coming forward. She can get as big as she wants to in the middle. Buy her some time.
8-5-1.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to keep him back with that ball. That's where Korda needs to respect the ball below the net. Either go a little bit softer in front or create an angle back cross court. But she tried to keep Novoselsky back and just fed it right into her strike zone.
Second serve.
That was a tough spot for Jenny Marcos to be in. You're kind of in no man's land there.
9-5-2.
I would have to say I would not hit a single ball to Novoselsky's forehand, because there is a noticeable difference between the forehand and the backhand for her. She's got ridiculous power on the forehand side.
Yes, you are.
Game point right now.
10-5-2.
And that's wide by Novoselsky.
You mentioned Novoselsky's, this is her second US Open, but when she played last year, she played amateur events. So this is her first time to enter the pro divisions.
It's a big jump.
Yes, it is.
The lob. And that'll be long. So tightens it up at 6-10.
6-10-1.
Capovera's creeping in to Novoselsky and Marcos's game right now.
It seems to happen a lot, Chad, when you get to point number 10.
Yep.
It seems to tighten up a bit, especially when the other team is coming back.
You start playing not to make a mistake and to just get one more point.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I don't know, I think it'd be worth myself here. I'm taking a timeout at 8. I'm not waiting till 9.
Absolutely.
But Jenny Marco says, let's go.
Especially at 8-10.
Oh, but
I was going to say, especially at 8-10-1, and you've just given up 3 points.
They waited till the last possible moment to take it, though, and that means we're going to step aside. This is a Takea hydration break. The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by PaddleTech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships, by Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand, by Takea, hydration is an all-day game, and by the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 13th to 20th, 2024.
That we're going to have the bronze for men's last night.
Back here in Naples, Florida, it's tightened up 8-10 now. 3 straight points rolled off by Klitsch and Korda.
Time in. 8-10-1.
Oh.
Marcos wanted to put that one away. Instead, it's a 1-point game.
It looked like it just got down just a little bit too low, Chad. She hit it into the net.
9-10-1.
Oh, she gets a bounce off the tape.
Oh.
But then can't get the second one to go, and we're tied.
Perfect spot there from quarter. Deep side of the court.
Quite the turnaround. Down at one time, 5-9.
Ten, 1.
Uh-oh.
Point.
And just like that, it's game point.
Well, we had both matches in the bronze yesterday decided by 12-10 scores.
11-10-1.
That's it.
And there it is.
Wow, big comeback for
Really
Klitsch
big
and quarter.
comeback. They were down 6-0 to start, then trailed 7-2, then trailed 9-5, and they come back and win it 12-10. No big deal.
Game of runs.
So the 9 seed with a 1-game-to-none advantage here in this best 2 out of 3 for bronze. Back to Naples in a moment.
From the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it.
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
Well, there may not be a bigger pickleball fan here this week than Kathy Dimitri. You know, they say you should have your head on a swivel. Our camera guy, David, right there, he normally has his head on a swivel, but he also now has his head on a stick, courtesy of Kathy Dimitri, who is actually an engineer when she's not watching pickleball. How good is that? Is she bringing like a printer here with her, or what? How is she making that happen? Either that or that's some advanced planning.
It's advanced planning. She does it all before she comes. She's got a full bag with literally every pro's head on a stick.
And not just pros, amateurs.
And amateurs as well.
Staff. Yep. I mean, we posed for a picture today. She couldn't find my stick though.
So she has a picture of you on a stick.
Once you make Kathy's bag of heads, you know you've made it.
Yeah, exactly. If not, you get to hold the chicken. So that's why I got the chicken today.
0-1-1.
Quick hands there by Quarter.
And I just want to mention this is going to wrap up the senior women's and senior men's pro that we'll move back into this point and I'll finish that thought.
And that'll be out of bounds.
We talk about the US Open and the great job that they do at making everybody feel like a pro at the US Open. The seniors are no exception. One of the roles that they have is a pro concierge, and that happens to be my mom, Linda Dillon. So she spends 11 to 12 hours a day making sure the pros have everything that they need when they participate here at the US Open. So, Mom, thank you.
So great. We appreciate all the 400 plus volunteers who help make this happen.
We need a booth concierge.
We do.
What we actually need here is we need to make a phone call to Grant Garcia, who's he was the driving force behind the Las Vegas Pickleball Invitational. And Grant will find a way to get us another senior match. That's what he's great at. He's great at finding one more to add to the schedule.
A master. If you're listening, Grant, big hello.
They have one, you have two. We're on the first server.
Aaron and Matt.
I'll recall the score.
Aaron and Matt, is that correct?
1-2-1.
I want to give a shout out to Aaron and Matt, who are with the Pickleball Clinic, that have made their way into the Digital Wave Productions truck, watching and listening to us. And they're getting to get that secondary audio track that we talked about right now.
Point.
And then we got referee Don Morgan refereeing this bronze medal match. He and his wife travel around in an RV and spend time here in Florida. Go all around the country refereeing matches. We appreciate you, Don.
Yeah, Don and Andy Jones are my go-to people here for when I have tournaments to wrangle up some referees for me.
3, 2, 1.
You guys are saying all these great thanks to people. I feel like it's the appropriate way when we close out the broadcast, but it's we still have 2 more days.
Well, we want to thank them more than once.
Okay, right? Well, there you go.
We want to thank them more than once because it does take a tremendous amount of resources and people with a lot of dedication and commitment to this tournament. And so many of them come back year after year after year.
That's true.
Because Chris and Terry, we've talked about them. They have a tremendous volunteer appreciation program that is so essential to how well a tournament is run.
Second serve.
To the second serve. I also want to thank the volunteers, the sponsors, Minto Communities. Couldn't do this without them. Margaritaville, they've been here from the beginning. Zing Zang, it was Zing Zang Championship Thursday here today. Naples Paradise Coast, they've been so welcoming to this tournament, and they had the vision to invest in this tournament and invest in this East Naples Community Park to make this become what it is.
And Sherry Quarters invested into that overhead.
Yes, she is.
They've turned it on since the second half of game 1, moving the ball around extremely well.
5-2-2.
And you mentioned Sherry's only been in a pickleball she played her first tournament, a significant tournament, about 11 months ago.
Uh-oh. That one's not going to come back.
Yeah, so she's really into it. She's got some great energy. She's trying to engage the crowd. I think she's got the pickleball bug, Chad.
Yeah, well, we talked about earlier. She won women's pro split age earlier in the week.
With Mari Humberg.
Yeah, beating Beth Bellamy and Paris Todd. So that's a big win.
It's a huge win.
Side out.
Side out. Finally, we'll get it back over to Novosletsky and Marcos. By the way, the other big sponsor, Dick's, obviously, who's
2-6-1.
sponsoring the championship celebration on Saturday, the biggest night in pickleball. If you can't be here, you can catch it on CBS Sports Network from 5 to 7 p.m. Also want to give a shout out to our friends over at Splish, who are a fantastic CBD oil company that they've come on board. They've been sponsoring the the broadcast as well as the tournament. Great vendor tent here, and I know they've done a great job this week putting together a prize package for people that have come. They're going to have this grand prize giveaway tomorrow. It's now, they've gotten so much stuff, it's now worth like $6,000 altogether, their total package. So you want to go check that out, and all the vendors that have been here have been fantastic all week long. And just so great to see. And I remember the first tournament, the vendor tent was only one tent. Now there's 2 big tents, Melissa.
Yeah, 2 big tents out there, and they stay busy all day long. I mean, there's all kinds of things, you know, from shoes to paddles to tropical clothing, casual wear.
Quarter dispenses of that with the overhead.
No, I have to say I'm really impressed with the spin, the control that Quarter has on that forehand, and then just the finishing power.
6-3-1. Second serve.
Move to the second serve.
Six, 3-2.
Oh, Quarter just a little bit too low on that shot. Door's still ajar here for Novoseletsky and Marcos, but they got to make a move and make it soon.
Yeah, they seem to be trying to feel a chemistry between the 2 of them, Novoseletsky and Marcos. Klitsch and Quarter seem to be meshing a little bit better.
Well, I mean, the big difference is Novoseletsky and Marcos started off really aggressive, and they kind of took Klitsch and Quarter by surprise. Now Klitsch and Quarter have been able to move them around, change speeds, change direction, and then they're taking their chances when they get them as well.
And they're doing such a great job moving the ball around. It's just creating so much frustration with Marcos and Novoseletsky. And you heard Novoseletsky, you know, really yell out in frustration just a few minutes ago.
Sherry Quarter.
6-3-1.
Out of Ohio.
And she doesn't really like to talk about herself, but, you know, she has some high-level tennis accolades.
Yes. Second serve.
How high level are we talking about?
Well, for me, anything over 3.5 is high level.
Well.
Yeah, but no, she played some college tennis.
Unforced error there. So we've had 8 straight serves without a point now in this match. Actually 9 straight serves without a point.
3-6-1.
So we've been stuck on this 6-3 score for a little while.
Yeah, tough ball for Klitsch to try to speed up there. Not the best position. Kind of got herself and her partner in a little bit of trouble.
4-6-1. Second serve.
Move to 4-6-2.
4-6-2.
Whoa, I was about to say that is not the right ball for Novoseletsky to speed up straight into the forehand of Klitsch, but
5-6-2.
She got away with it.
Yeah, she jammed herself up a little bit.
Suddenly we're all square.
I'm not too sure what happened right there. Jenny Klitsch took the scenic route to get up to the kitchen. don't know if there was a mix-up between hand signals there, between herself and Corder. Ooh,
how about that shot? Hello. I wonder if Klitsch and Corder might be thinking about a timeout, and indeed they are. They call it right here. So we'll take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Total Pickleball, your one-stop pickleball shop. Free 2-day shipping on the widest selection of pickleball products. By Franklin X40, the official ball of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. And by Yola, for the champion in you.
Back in Naples, Florida, our final match of this broadcast day. Jenny Klitsch and Sherry Corder. They once had a 6-2 lead, but now they're on the short end of a 7-6 score. As Marcos and Novoseletsky trying to see if they can force this to a game 3. Off the net, but that goes out of bounds. And Novoseletsky asking for confirmation, and it looked out from here. I don't think there was really much debate, but from over on that other side of the net, I could see why you might think that it might have been in. So the timeout did its job. Now it's up to Klitsch and Corder to put some points on the board.
Good get there by Corder. Klitsch cutting that motion off just a little bit.
Since their 6-2 lead, they've gone 7 straight serves without a point.
Yeah, I like that move there from Klitsch, recognizing that Marcos was not going to get across to be able to cover that down the line with the stack. Good drive, close, and finish.
7-7-2.
And a brand new game at 7-7.
Tougher ball to try to be aggressive on there from Corder.
Thank you.
Push back and a little off balance.
Seven, 1.
Novoseletsky and Marcos go back in front, 8-7.
8-7-1.
Oh, that's not a ball you can miss. That's part of the 99%er that you were talking about earlier, Dave.
Yes. You are 100% right about that 99%.
Get a little too excited, a little too big with the swing.
That serve just barely got past the kitchen. And then that's long. You know, that's something I don't think you see a lot of. And maybe it's just because at this level it's not a good shot and players can play against it. But when I play against my son a lot, sometimes and I don't think he does it on purpose, but he'll hit a serve so short that it just barely clears the kitchen line, and then it's like there's nothing I can do. It ends up being an ace. And Chad, is that a weapon that could be utilized on this level, or are the players just too good to take advantage of that?
Not so much on this level, because in essence what it's doing is it's making the return easier for your opponent, and they can push a deeper return. But definitely something that's at the amateur level used a lot more as far as mixing up depth of serve, speed of serve, height of serve. Oh.
Missed opportunity there.
Yeah. But yeah, if, let's say you hit 2, 3, 4 deep serves and you see your opponent take a step or two even deeper from the baseline, then yeah, something that's shorter, that's going to die, that's then going to force them back up, and then you push back again. So definitely mixing up the speed and the depth of your serve is valuable.
That'll be wide. Klitsch and Quarter back in front, 2 points away from a bronze medal.
Yeah, Klitsch and Quarter certainly haven't let up. They've put a lot of pressure on Novoselinsky and Marcos.
Oh, good ball from Marcos.
And Quarter kind of looked like me there when I have a great drop shot and I just am admiring it and I don't go in like I should. I think that's what happened to Quarter right there, because it was an excellent drop shot.
She became a spectator for just a little bit.
Right.
Threw up the footrest on the recliner and just started switching channels.
Yeah, and I recognized it immediately.
Oh, perfect lob.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Great action. The exchange continues.
Oh, just
my
wide.
Goodness. Are you kidding me? That was some outstanding defense. Gives us a little reaction from the crowd. It's a beautiful night tonight.
It is. Nice little breeze.
And it makes this 10-9.
At least a foot, half foot inside the baseline there.
Game point.
What a shot.
And we will go to 3. 11-9 in favor of Novoselinsky and Marcos. So one more game to play here in Naples, Florida on this Zing Zang Thursday.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going. Oh.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Back here in Naples, Florida, Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, and Chad Edwards on the call with you as we've reached the final game of the day.
0-0-2.
Novoselietsky and Marcos coming back to win that second game and forcing game 3.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. I guess we've really seen the game go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
That's deep, so 2-0 to start here.
Yeah, good pressure from Novoselietsky and Marcos. It's how they started game 1. They came out aggressive. They put the pressure on, but then they kind of eased off a little bit. Oh. Oh my goodness.
It just was drifting away from her.
I honestly think the amount of spin that Klitsch put on her ball
affected that one.
Affected how it came off of Novoselietsky's paddle, and then it kind of just it was sitting there and just drifting for a quarter. Yeah, it's a good step in and attack there from Novoselietsky.
A 4-0 lead.
4-0-2.
Ooh, that is a very, very tough ball to try to lob off of.
And you pay the price.
Yeah.
0-4-1.
Move to the second serve.
Yeah, and that was a great example of a good time and good execution of a speed up going right directly into the center of the body a quarter.
Absolutely. Oh, I really like the ball movement there from Korda and Klitsch going sideline to sideline. Marcos and Novoselietsky could never fully get established.
Marcos mishits that one.
And she's looking, thinking, wait a minute, I'm standing out here in the red. That ball probably could have been out.
2-4-2.
Into the net, so side out at 4-2.
It's so exciting to see these new players coming into the game. You hear different numbers out there, Chad, and some people say that we already have 40 million people and maybe even some 60 million people who have at least tried pickleball. Right?
Yeah, some say 6, some say 60. It's hard, hard to predict, but definitely a lot of new young pros and senior pros making the switch from, either they're getting to that point where they were 4.550s in amateur, and now they're making that jump into senior pro.
Marcos tried to defend that, but that was going to be tough sledding.
And a lot more spectators are coming out and enjoying and watching watching the pickleball matches as well. And really that all started here at the US Open.
Yes, ma'am. 5-2-2.
That was the right idea, right spot there from Klitsch, but she tried to do just a little too much. A bit of a medium pace roll up around the upper chest.
So we've got a timeout being taken. Let's step aside for this Takea hydration break.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Skechers Pickleball. Experience performance comfort on the court with the all-new Skechers Viper Court Pro. And by Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com.
Back here in Naples, Florida, and I'm just looking ahead to the schedule. Tomorrow we get the men's and women's pro doubles both going simultaneously.
And mixed senior pro.
And mixed senior pro, exactly. So the seniors are not completely done here at this tournament. But I'm curious, why the senior men get their own day, the senior women get their own day, and then the non-senior pros, men's and women, they have to play simultaneously. So if you're a fan, you got to make a decision what you want to see.
Yeah, on Friday, yes, but for the men's and women's pro doubles, they play through to the bronze only on Friday. Their gold medal match is carried over onto Saturday, which they then have their own day for mixed pro doubles, and the men's and women's pro doubles. They're also live on CBS Sports Network.
And then the championship matches in men and women.
Correct, with mixed being aired at a later date.
Yeah, so that's a very difficult situation for Quarter to be speeding up. She's taking a step back into the transition area. Weight's kind of going back a little bit.
Yes, you are. 2-6-2. Sign up.
Our producer extraordinaire, Ray Kuliakova, is saying that, yes, there will be a tape delay, but it will also be live on the stream, the mixed. So.
And I think we're streaming some mixed starting at around noon on Saturday. That was something that was a big request from pickleball fans, not being able to see some of the mixed pro that was here at the US Open. And so, as we indicated, the US Open is always looking to improve and take feedback. And now this year, fans will be getting to see some of the mixed streamed on Saturday.
And that'll be Chad Edwards and Melissa McCurley on the call.
I was going to say, hold on a second. Does that mean
I'll stroll in time for the CBS broadcast?
Oh no!
Does that mean that we're on air for 9 hours on Saturday?
Timeout being taken at 7-2 here in Game 3. Let's take a Takea hydration break.
The Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, are brought to you by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Southern Tide, the premium coastal lifestyle brand. By Takea, hydration is an all-day game. And by the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 13th to 20th, 2024.
You guys just wanted us to do the CBS and have somebody else, have Rusty or somebody else be doing it.
We'll figure that out. We'll let the people on the live stream decide since they're hearing our conversation now. We're talking privately about it. It's going to be a marathon day for not just for us. It's going to be a marathon day for everybody on the production side. And we love pickleball, but to stay fresh, we figure out a way to maybe kind of rotate out a little bit on Saturday so we can stretch our legs. Because sitting in one chair for 9 hours that's a long time, even if you're watching the best pickleball tournament on the planet.
Yeah, it's in that case it's a physical and mental drain.
Heat 2-2 here. Marcos able to get to that one. But then she puts it into the net.
That was probably the best ball for her to drive right there, and she stood up really tall, never fully got underneath it, but she was applying the pressure for sure.
2-8-1.
Well, get it back here to a 5-point margin.
3-8-1.
Oh, another opportunity that goes by the wayside. Make it 4-8.
Yeah, definitely got away with another one there. Not the best ball to speed up by quarter. A good attack from Novoseletsky. Marcos just getting a little too excited, swinging straight down on that one into the net.
Oh, and then she just kind of got in that squatted position and got her paddle face up.
Yeah, again, that elbow drops or the paddle face lays back too far, and that paddle face is facing up when you go to make contact. There's no hope in keeping that inside the court.
She didn't fully commit to the scorpion. It was half-hearted.
Good pressure again by Novoseletsky and Marcos.
And they'll get it back here, 8-4-1, 3 points away from a bronze medal.
8-4-1.
Ooh, right idea. Not the best execution.
9-4. And here we go. We've got a match point. Any burning questions you guys have for either? Well, I'm going to say Marcos or Novoseletsky because they've got a commanding lead. You guys got a burning question for them as we'll talk to them after?
I would like to know some Novoseletsky, a little bit of information from her. When she went from amateur to pro, where does she play? Where's she from?
Good control there from quarter. Looked like she was in trouble there for a little bit, but was able to keep that ball below the net.
10-4-2.
And there it is. It took 2 match points, but in the end they win it. So 10-12, 11-9, and 11-4. Novoseletsky and Marcos, they're taking home a bronze medal here from Naples. We'll hear from the bronze medal winners coming up. And you know what? Before we throw it to this timeout, guys, because I don't want to do the wrap on the court, the full wrap. I want to thank our fantastic crew. I want to thank Melissa McCurley for doing such a great job. Chad Edwards all day long, all yesterday long, as we see our Rancho La Puerto point of the match. And also thank our fantastic Digital Wave Productions crew and all the people with Pickleball Channel, Rusty Howes, and all of his people for helping make this possible. Don't go away. I'm kind of saying goodbye because it'll be awkward to say it on the court, but I'm going to go down on the court to talk to the winners, and after that, it's going to be see you tomorrow, everybody.
Get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the crease. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Singles and doubles champion Annalie Waters.
Everyone sees the highlight reel. The gold medals, the triple crowns.
What a way to end it!
But greatness isn't just what you do in front of a crowd. It's here. The hours, the years, the sweat. It's how you press on when others give up. When nobody's pushing you but you. It's not what you do for the crowd. It's what you do for yourself.
After 30 years, we say goodbye to beloved Fat Tire. Goodbye to a taste that's attracted millions of loyal fans. Because after 30 years, we've changed our recipe. Say hello to a crisper, brighter, still carbon neutral, and dare we say better, Fat Tire.
Check out these new Gamma paddles. Yo, I gotta try that paddle. Here you go.
Play with style. Play with Quantum by Gamma Pickleball.
Actually back on the live stream, and you see the final numbers from the match, and Ellen Novoseletsky and Jenny Marcos were fantastic in winning the bronze medal here. And Ellen, the question that they had for you was, you were here last year as an amateur and now you're in the pro division. Where have you practiced your skill, honed your craft to be able to come here, be in the pro division and win a medal?
I just got older, so now I qualify for the senior pro. Last year I was 48, so I'm 49 turning 50, so that's all I did was get older.
Where do you play? Where's home for you?
Miami. I play in Miami.
All right, well, you're not coming from very far. And Jenny, how about you? How big a deal is this for you here to leave with a medal?
It's really a big deal because I've never really come and play this US Open. This is my first time. Let's go Philippines, huh? Yeah.
And I got to ask you about Chicken and Pickle, because I love Chicken and Pickle. What's your association with them?
Okay, I'm a sponsor player by Chicken and Pickle. Let's go. Yeah.
All right, Midwest represented with Chicken and Pickle. All right, we're going to bring in E.G. Fishburne from Zing Zang, who's got your bronze medals.
Feels like gold medal. You see
It does. It feels like a gold medal to them. They won their final match of the day, which is fantastic. And that's going to do it for us. We're going to step aside, let them do some pictures. I already said goodbye before the break on the stream. So that does it from Naples. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody, here from the 2023 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships.